Today, we'll have Kim's Route 66 road trip to Disneyland. That's coming up on this episode 528 of WW Prep to Go. Hello and welcome to WW Prep to Go, where we talk strategy and ideas for people planning their Disney trips. I am your host, Shannon Albert from WDWPrepSchool.com. Thank you for being here for episode 528. Today is a long one. If you haven't noticed the length, I know a lot of you love these longer episodes. So this one is for you. And it's very unique because Kim went with her family and they went on a road trip across the country following Route 66 all the way out to Disneyland, where you can see the fake version of some of the sites along Route 66. And so lots of things to talk about on such a long trip. Before I get into that, a couple of housekeeping things. One is I want to mention to you, I haven't talked about this in a while, that we have a podcast finder on the website. So if you go to, at the end of the episode, I always say, go to www.prepschool.com, click on podcast at the top. So if you click on podcasts on the website, you can then go and look for trip reports or episodes that are related to things that you're interested in. So for instance, it could be adults only, it could be traveling during a certain month, it could be staying at a certain resort, it could be cruise episodes, and that is helpful for finding specific episodes because, we have these episodes coming out every week. You may or may not hear all of them. You may not have time to listen, but then you book a trip and you're like, wait, I want to hear what it's like to stay at Caribbean Beach Resort, or I want to hear what it's like to go on an adults only trip. I normally only travel with kids, something like that. So feel free to use the podcast finder to go and look for episode numbers. And while you're on the website, that is the place to listen to every episode. So most podcast apps only will let you have so many episodes. A lot of times it's 100 because the feed gets way too big to load, over 500 episodes, but all of the episodes are available on the website. So while you're on the website, that is another place that you can go and listen to older episodes that are not accessible in your podcast app. There is a podcast player. You basically just hit play on the page that it's on, and you can listen to it that way. So even if you need to listen to an episode that's more than 100 episodes ago, it is there, and all 520 some episodes are there. So that is the way to do it. And as always, a reminder that if you want to be a trip report guest, that the only way to do that is by leaving a voicemail at the SpeakPipe information that is linked in the show notes of every episode, speakpipe.com/wwprep2go. You can do that on a desktop or on your phone. And I have somebody on my team that goes through and listens to all those and then gets the pre-trip and post-trip scheduled if it works out on our schedule. But we do get a lot of them. So don't be upset if you don't get chosen. We just have only so many slots that we can fill. So I think that's it. Without any further ado, let's jump into my chats with Kim. Welcome to the podcast, Kim.
Thanks for having me.
You and I are talking on Saturday, June 11th. July 11th, not June 11th. And I understand you are headed to the West Coast.
Yes, we are driving Route 66, and then we are going to Disneyland at the end.
Where do you start this process of driving Route 66?
We live in Minnesota, so we're going to take our own car, and then Route 66 starts in Chicago. So we'll start out driving to Chicago.
Okay. All right. And how did you come up with this plan?
So I have wanted to do this for a very long time. When my oldest daughter is 23, and when she was a baby, I was like, this is going to be like our big like bucket list family road trip. It's going to have all the things we like, road trips, national parks, Disney. And then at that time I was thinking we would take the train to Chicago, drive and then fly. So it also have flying, which we also like. And so, but this is actually, I've planned this trip 2 other times and had to cancel it.
Mhm.
So it is not a big bucket list family anymore because only my youngest daughter is coming.
Mhm.
Because just so the first time we planned it, like we were ready to go. We had decided when our youngest kid was like 5 or 6, we would go so that maybe they'd remember it. We had everything planned. I was going to give it to them for a Christmas present. I'd bought the gifts and then I found out I was pregnant again. So I wasn't taking a 2-month-old baby on that kind of trip. So we were like, well, we'll do it when she's 5 or 6. But I hadn't really anticipated how much my then 18 and 16-year-old daughters would not want to spend 3 weeks in the car with their siblings. And it was also 2021, so there was still a lot of COVID restrictions
Mhm.
and a lot of things were still closed and a lot of things required vaccination, and my 2 youngest kids were not old enough to be vaccinated yet. So we bailed again. So now we're actually ending up going on the 100th anniversary. So I think it worked out kind of nice.
Okay, I love that you didn't give up on it though.
Yeah.
You said it's 3 weeks, so when does it start and end?
Yes. So we are leaving on July 11th and we are planning to return home on August 8th.
July 11th today?
July 17th. Sorry.
Oh, okay. I was like, "Wow, thanks for talking to me before you head out."
No, July 17th. So
Okay, so
next Friday.
you're leaving soon.
Yes.
Okay, and you said is it you, your husband, and your 23-year-old daughter?
No, it's our 10-year-old daughter. So our youngest daughter is coming from the whole thing. And then my 16-year-old son is actually coming for the first 2 days for what we are calling the Pokemon pre-trip to the vacation.
Okay. Well, what did you say about 23-year-old? What was that reference?
Well, that was when we first decided when she was a baby. So 23 years ago, we decided to
Oh,
do this
23
trip.
years ago. Got it, got it.
Yes. But my two oldest kids are kind of off on their own and not coming.
Yes, it's hard for people to get that much time off school, work, all that kind of
Yes.
stuff.
Yeah.
So, got it. Okay. So, how I planned like a 10-day road trip through the whole state of California a couple years ago, and that was really difficult.
Sure.
How did you do a 3-week trip across the country? How did you
So
start the planning?
we are actually winging it. So we planned out the first couple of days because we're starting in Chicago. We knew we'd need to like have a hotel in Chicago. The nice thing about Route 66 is it's like a lot of smaller towns, even smaller cities. We we are hopeful that we can just get hotels day by day. If that turns out to not be the case, we might start booking ahead as we're on the trip. But
Mhm.
so yeah, we didn't do a lot of planning for the middle. I have like a list of things we would like to do, but that's about it. And then once we get to Disney, we have plans booked for Disney and then the drive home too as well.
Okay, so you have to get there by a certain time because you're doing like Disneyland stuff that is dated,
Yes.
but
Yes.
in between is up in
Right.
the air.
Yes. So we have like 15 days in between that are really not planned out at all.
Okay. All right. So with that in mind, I'm not sure how much detail you can get into, but so Friday,
Yeah.
July 17th is when you
Yes.
drive from Minnesota.
Yes. So we're going to drive from Minnesota. My son has really gotten into Pokemon cards. So our first stop is actually going to be at a Target, I believe, or it might be a Walmart because a Pokemon card set drops that morning and he wants to get it immediately because they sell out if you're not like in line before the store opens. So that is what we're going to do first. and then
Mhm.
and then the rest of the day we'll just be driving to Chicago. We have like a traditional driving east breakfast restaurant that we stop at and we always get pie. So pie for breakfast is like kind of a fun start to a trip.
Mhm.
It's called the Norski Nook. And then we have a Best Western in Chicago and we have tickets to the architectural boat tour for 7 p.m. So we have to get there by 7 p.m.
Architecture World Book Tour. Got it.
Yeah. So that is the 17th. Then on the 18th, so what my son really, really wanted to do was the Pokemon dinosaur exhibit at the Field Museum. So we are doing that in the morning. It was actually really hard to get tickets to. I told him he mentioned like 9,000 times that he wanted to do this and I said, "Well, you can come on the whole trip," but he also didn't want to spend 3 weeks in the car with his sister. So he was like, "No, I can't. I don't want to. I don't want to I want to work, whatever." But then I said to my husband, "Well, why don't we just bring him with, take him to the Field Museum and he's going to take the train home." So we're gonna do that. We have a the museum opens at 9. We have a ticket to the Pokemon part of it at 9:45. And then we are gonna drop him at the train station. His train leaves at 3:05, but I think he might end up hanging out there because we're gonna want to get a head start. So he might be sitting at the train station for a while, but it'll be fine. And then his sister is home for the summer, so she'll pick him up at the train station.
Okay. So your son's heading home after doing all the Pokemon things, and then
Yes.
you guys start driving.
And then we will
Uh,
start driving as soon as we drop him off. Yes. And
okay.
that first day, we do have a hotel booked because The first main thing I really wanted to do was a Route 66 museum in Pontiac, Illinois. So, and I knew that we wouldn't be able to get there in time to do the museum. So we'll have to do it in the morning. So we do have a hotel booked for July 18th at the Best Western in Pontiac. We're hoping to go to the Joliet prison, which is from the Blues Brothers movie. And we are going to maybe go to the car show that it's like their town festival's monthly car show.
And
And
are you doing that this day or the next day?
we're doing that on the 18th. So the second day. Yep.
Okay. All right. So you have some museums to do, things like
Yes.
that.
So then after that is when we don't have plans anymore. But I wrote, if you want, I wrote down some highlights of things we want to do in each state. If you want to talk about that.
Okay. And how long do these plans span? Is it like a week? Is it 10
So
days?
it's from July 19th to August 2nd. So it's like 15 days, 14 days probably, because that first
Okay.
one's 15th. Yeah.
Okay. So loose
2 weeks.
plans in states along the route.
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah. So in Illinois, we're big history people. So we're going to do like the Lincoln stuff in Springfield. There's a famous bridge that used to be part of Route 66 that is now being decommissioned, but has like a curve in it, and you can now walk it as a pedestrian. So we're going to do that. And then my daughter wanted to see the Cahokia Mounds, which is like a Native American burial ground site. So those are the main things we want to do. And then we also like goofy, silly road trip things. So there's a part of the old route where some turkeys walked across the road, and they have like preserved the turkey tracks. So we will definitely stop and take a picture with the turkey tracks. And then the next state is Missouri. We're also trying to go to all of the national parks. So we're going to hit 4 new national parks on this trip. And one of them is the Gateway Arch in St. Louis, which we've actually been to before, but our national park rules are if it becomes a national park after we've already been there, we have to go back.
Do you have the
So,
like passport thing?
yes, yeah, we have
Okay.
the passport. We have one for us, for my husband and I, and then my daughter has her own.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're going to do that. And then we're going to go to the City Museum, which I don't really understand what it is, but everyone says it's amazing.
It's my favorite. It might be my favorite museum I've ever been to.
Okay. Yeah, that's
Mhm.
what everyone says. And my daughter is so excited. My oldest daughter actually was there on a trip with a friend when she was like 12, and she loved it. So she's hyped it up to her, and that's what she's most excited for
Yeah,
is the City Museum.
it's fun.
And then we are going to go to Merrimack Caverns, which is like a cave tour. And it's like the original Route 66, like tourist kind of thing. They used to have like billboards all over for it. And I think you can still see some of like the people would paint it on their barns. There's a lot of murals in a town named Cuba. I love to take pictures of murals. We'll see lots of murals along the way. And then the next town is Kansas. It's like the shortest. I think you're only in Kansas for like 40 miles. You're hardly in there at all. But it has a place called Cars on the Route, which is where the Imagineers got the inspiration for Tow Mater from Cars. So we'll definitely stop there. You can see the original truck is still there. And then the next one is Oklahoma. In Oklahoma, we are excited about there's a giant blue whale that's a really old tourist attraction there that you used to be able to swim in the pond. You can't swim in the pond anymore, but you can get your picture with the whale. We're going to try to go to the Outsiders House Museum from the book The Outsiders that everyone had to read in middle school. The house from the movie is in Tulsa. And so I had my husband and daughter read the book. It's not open. A lot of these places aren't open every single day. So we're just going to have to like change our plans and switch things around depending. If we get there and it's not open on a Tuesday or whatever, we might just have to skip it. And then there is a place in also, I think also in Tulsa, where you could order a commemorative brick with your name in it for the 100th anniversary. And I did that actually as a surprise. My husband and daughter don't know that I did that. So we're definitely going to stop there and see if we can find our brick that I had our names printed on. We can also, the way that we're going to navigate Route 66 is we have like a set of maps that a man does. He does like a guidebook with turn by turn directions. And we also have an app that will like tell us turn by turn directions. So we're going to use those two things. And that man is also the man who made the book is also an artist, and he has a gallery. And so he will he'll even open up for you during his not hours to go in and get your book signed. So I'm hoping that we can do that and meet
Is
that
that
guy.
Tulsa as well?
I can't remember for sure if it's Tulsa. I don't think it is Tulsa,
But it's Oklahoma?
but it's Oklahoma. Yeah. And then there's also a big like pop place where they have like a neon pop bottle outside and like thousands and thousands of kinds of pops. My daughter's excited about that. You can get like really crazy, like ranch flavored pop or whatever, all kinds of pops. And then in Oklahoma City, we're going to try to see the Oklahoma City Memorial and a museum, a First Americans museum that's run by the Native American community there that we saw. We watched some videos before, my daughter and I, and that place looked really cool and she really wanted to do that. So that is Oklahoma.
Okay, lots going on there.
Yeah. Oklahoma is, I think, maybe one of the longer like amount of time that we'll spend.
Mhm.
I think Arizona is the longest. And then we get to Texas. It's the panhandle, right? The square part at the top. So we're just going through the panhandle. So we're not in Texas very long either. But they have a Devil's Rope Museum that we want to go to, which is like a museum about barbed wire, but it's supposed to be very cool. And then we are going to do the thing where you can spray paint cars. If you've seen that before, they have like cars sticking up out of the ground. My daughter's really excited about that. And then I think this is also one of the places where they have some of the buildings that look like the buildings in the Cars movie. Also in Texas. So that gets us to New Mexico. New Mexico, there's a choice in New Mexico of which way to take Route 66. There's a bunch of different like alignments of it. And so we're going to take the oldest one so that we can go through Santa Fe. We're hoping to go to the Georgia O'Keeffe Museum. I'm hoping to eat a lot of green chili. And we're going to go to a swimming hole called the Blue Hole, if that works out. And my daughter really wants to go to the Meow Wolf installation in Albuquerque. We did the one in Las Vegas a couple years ago, and she really liked that. So that's kind of the highlights of New Mexico.
Mhm.
And then Arizona is the next one. And you drive through Winslow, Arizona, and they have like a whole thing of standing on the corner in Winslow, Arizona. We're going to do that. We're going to see the meteor crater. We're going to do a side trip to the Grand Canyon. My husband and I have already done the Grand Canyon, so this won't cross another national park off for us, but my daughter hasn't been there and she wanted to see it. And then this is also the area that's going to look most like the Cars movie where they like drive off into the desert. So we'll go through there's like a really windy mountainy kind of road that goes to Oatman, which has wild burros that you can feed carrots to. And then we will also, Route 66 goes right through Petrified Forest National Park. So that will be a new national park for all of us. And then the last state is California. We are going to stop at Elmer's Bottle Tree Ranch, which is like a place where a man has created art with old bottles. And then we are going to try to stop at the McDonald's Museum. My two middle kids both work at McDonald's. And so we're going to stop there. And then you end in Santa Monica. And so we'll end at the Santa Monica Pier. We'll start at the Navy Pier and we'll end at the Santa Monica Pier.
Okay. Lots of stuff to do along the way.
Yes. Lots and lots of stuff. And then we're going to take a lot of pictures with like giant roadside attractions.
Mhm.
We're going to take a lot of pictures of murals and we're just going to kind of wing it the whole time.
All right. So then after you get there,
Yes.
then there's going to still be some time for Disneyland and maybe some other things. So
Yes.
what are your day specific things after that?
So on August 2nd, we will be our last day of driving Route 66. We don't know for sure. Like we might get there early. If we get there early, that would be fine. We can find some things to do in LA. My daughter would love to swim in the ocean. I would like to do the Warner Brothers studio tour if we get there early. But if we don't, that's fine. But we'll make sure that we get there by August 2nd. And then we have a room at the Desert Inn and Suites across the street from Disneyland on
And does
August
that room
2nd.
start August? Okay, 2nd.
Yeah, August 2nd. And we're hoping to get there in time to go to downtown Disney for dinner
Okay.
on August 2nd.
And have you guys been to Disneyland?
We have been to Disneyland once in 2024. Yes.
Uh-huh.
As a family. And then my husband and I actually, when we were very first married, did a crazy road trip where we started out shaking dice to see where we were going to go. And we ended up at Disneyland for a day. Just Disneyland, California Adventure wasn't open yet.
Back in the day.
Yes.
Okay. So Sunday you go to your Disneyland hotel in downtown Disney for dinner. Is August 3rd a park day?
Yes. So August 3rd, we're just doing one day at each park. So August 3rd, we're doing California Adventure, and we are planning to do rope drop to close both days if we can. So I decided to do California Adventure first because I thought it would be easier to get up for rope drop the second day because California Adventure closes earlier than Disneyland.
Mhm. Okay.
And then we got lightning lanes. We are hoping to do the World of Color. So we'll do a virtual queue for the World of Color, is what I'm planning to do. And then we each kind of picked a top five. Like if we only could do five things, then we would be happy with our day. So we'll start prioritizing those 15 things and then see what else we can fit in.
Did you make dining reservations?
No, at California Adventure, we're mostly going to kind of snack around and do counter service. I really want the birria tacos.
Mhm.
So we'll probably do that for one kind of meal. And then my daughter really liked Pim's Test Kitchen last time we were there. So we'll probably do that too.
Okay.
She's a really
So
picky eater. So it is hard to feed her sometimes, but she will eat the giant pretzel at Pim's Test Kitchen.
mhm,
So
mm. And it is giant, isn't it?
yeah.
Okay. So then it's Tuesday, August 4th, Disneyland.
Yes. Yeah. So we're planning rope drop to close again. This time I would like to do all three nighttime shows. We didn't get to see any of the nighttime shows last time we were there. The fireworks got canceled and the other two weren't running. And so we're going to try to do that. So we got a Phantasmic dining reservation at Cafe Orleans at 4 o'clock. And they had fettuccine there, which is one of the foods my daughter will eat. And so, yeah, and otherwise we don't really have any plans. She really loved the cheesy garlic pretzel bread, so we'll probably do that for lunch. I want to try those Harbor Galley cookies, and then we'll get like a Dole Whip, and we'll kind of snack throughout the day until our dinner
And,
reservation.
and you're using lighting lanes here as well.
Yes, yeah, and I'm not sure if we'll for sure buy Radiator Springs racers, I think, but I'm not sure if we'll probably do Rise of the Resistance. But I've been watching the wait times, and they've been low. So
Yeah, something's been going on. Low wait times on both coasts, actually.
yeah, yeah. Although they did just drop that like evening ticket. So I'm wondering if that might not drive crowds up a little bit. So we'll see. If we decide the wait's too long, we'll probably just buy the Rise pass
Go
too.
go before the evening, before the
Yeah.
evening ticket people get there.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. Anything else on this day before you move on?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. What's your plan on August 5th?
So then on August 5th, we are going to see how early we can get up after staying for all three nighttime shows at Disneyland. And then we are driving to Great Basin National Park, which is in Nevada. And I think it's about an 8-hour drive. We probably won't get there in time for like to get our passport book stamped or anything, but it is supposed to be one of the best parks for stargazing. And it has like I think there'll probably be like a nighttime program that we can go to kind of look at the stars. So that's our mostly driving on August 5th, but just getting to Great Basin in time for the stars. And we have a hotel booked in Baker, Nevada for that.
Right. August 6th.
So August 6th, we'll do the national park in the morning. We'll get our passport signed, and then there's a scenic drive that we're gonna do, and then hopefully a hike to see the bristlecone pines, which is like one of the main things that the national park is known for. They're like some of the oldest trees in the world. I have chronic plantar fasciitis. My foot hurts. So the hiking after the 2 long days at Disney might might be a no-go, but my husband and daughter will probably do it even if I can't do it. And I am a little concerned I might need to rent a wheelchair at Disneyland. We'll see how it goes. My foot has gotten bad enough that I need to have surgery on it, but we had already had all of this stuff planned. I was
You're
like,
like,
"I'm
I'm
not
not
canceling one
canceling
more
it.
time.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna do the best we can, and I'm gonna get the surgery later on this year."
Okay. Okay.
And then we have a 6-hour drive to Rocks Springs, Wyoming, where we have a hotel booked. We splurged on the site and we booked like a suite with separate bedrooms because we're feeling like maybe we can use a little space by this time in the vacation. Because I'm sure most of our hotels on Route 66 will just be bare bones 2 double beds kind of situation. So
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so then August 7th, you're in Wyoming.
yes. So August 7th is actually our wedding anniversary. So we are going to drive, I think it's a 6-hour drive again to Wind Cave National Park, which is in the Black Hills of South Dakota. We have a tour booked there for 3:40 in the afternoon to go down into the cave. And that national park is mainly just the cave. And then we are staying in Keystone, South Dakota at the Rushmore Express. We might try to go see Mount Rushmore. My husband and I have been there, but our daughter hasn't. And they have a really cool like nighttime show where they light up the monument. But we also are accidentally there at the same time as the Sturgis Motorcycle Rally. And so we will see how busy it is and how, I don't know, the atmosphere feels for taking our 10-year-old out in it. So
Okay.
that will be August 7th. And then August 8th, we are mostly just driving home. You do drive past South Dakota's most famous tourist trap, which is called Wall Drug, which is, if you've ever heard of it, just a giant drugstore with like a lot of ridiculous like photo ops. We will probably stop there because it's almost like they force you to. You have to.
Mhm. When in South Dakota, I guess that's what you do.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Have you ever gone on a road trip that was this long before?
Not this long. We did drive to Maine in 2018 and it was 16 days.
Hmm.
So we have done a lot of road trips.
Hmm. Yeah. And how do you prepare? Like, do you have like snacks, activities, games for
Yes,
everybody?
yes, yes. So I have gone a little bit overboard and bought my daughter a present for every single day of the trip. So
Hmm.
for, if everything's going good, she can open up a present every day. And it's mostly something to do in the car, a couple things to do like in the motel, like some family games and some stuff for the pool. She loves to swim. So we'll try to stop at places with pools quite frequently so that she can do some of that little kid stuff. And then we're taking turns picking the radio each day. So we each get a day to pick the radio. She has made a playlist full of musicals that is so long that I think even if she had every day, we would listen to the whole playlist on the whole trip. We all like to read, so we're going to listen to some audiobooks too. Yeah. And then, we'll do the license plate game. We have lots of like games to bring with us in the car. And then I am also bribing her with souvenir money because she doesn't like to have her photo taken. And I really like to take her photo. And I also scrapbook. So I want a lot of photos. So we are going to give her 25 cents for every photo that she takes willingly. And then 50 cents if it's like an embarrassing photo, like with a Route 66 sign or her head in the cutout. And then if she suggests the photo, she gets 75 cents. And if she suggests an embarrassing photo, she gets $1. So my son thinks this is ridiculous and she's not going to earn enough money, but I think we might actually have to cap this at some point because she's earning too much money. She has a little bit already been practicing. We went to the park the other day and she asked me to take her photo.
Hey, that's one way to do it. Win-win.
Yes, we also have a rule that everyone on vacation is allowed to have one fit, but you're only allowed the one. So you got to save it for when you really need it. So hopefully, a lot of times, you can just be like, hey, do you really want to use your fit for this? And then they'll be like, well, no, not really. You know,
Does that apply to you as well?
It does, and there have definitely been vacations in which we've gotten home and I've been the only person that used my Fit.
Oh, listen, you're honest about it. That's funny. Okay, so is there anything we haven't covered?
I don't think so. We're also well, we're also, like, trying to keep track of things each day, like, we have a list of things for my scrapbook that we're gonna keep track of, like, how much gas we spent each day, how many miles we walked, how many miles we drove, like, that kind of thing, and then my husband has done a bit with the kids ever since the very first time we went to Disney World, that his favorite part of every trip is the benches. Like, they'll say, "What are you excited for?" "Oh, I heard they have really good benches there. I'm gonna sit on the bench." So my daughter actually suggested that we keep track of bench of the day. He's gonna pick his favorite bench every day. We're gonna keep track of that. And then they also have passport books that go for Route 66, and some of them are like the business is already in there and they've like advertised to have it there. But it seems like most of the places along Route 66 have kind of adopted this like passport thing where you can get a stamp. So we're just bringing our own books to stamp. So we'll be collecting passport stamps at the national parks and all along Route 66.
All right. Lots of mementos then.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm excited to hear what you end up doing each day,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
I'll talk to you in August.
All right. Sounds good.
Welcome back from your trip, Kim.
Thank you.
You and I are talking on Thursday, August 13th. So you've had a few days since you got back. How did your trip go?
It was great. It was really, really good.
Okay. I'm excited to talk through it. There's lots of different steps to the parts to
Yes.
this trip. So starting us
There
off on
are.
Friday, July 17th, when your drive started from Minnesota.
Yeah, yeah. So we got up really early. I made notes here. We got up really early. We left at 5:25 and we went to Hudson, Wisconsin, where we were searching for Pokemon cards. There
Hmm.
was like a line of people also waiting for Pokemon cards. Some had camped out there. It was
Was
crazy.
it Target, Walmart? Where were you?
It was Target.
Hmm.
But unfortunately, there were no Pokemon cards. Like
Oh,
the shipment didn't come in or whatever. So that was a bummer.
it is better for a lot of people that camped out.
I know. It wasn't like it was maybe like 15 people, and then a lot of people showed up like right as it opened.
Hmm.
They did have some Pokemon cards, but we were probably like 15th in line, and they didn't have the ones that my son wanted, but they did have like some new ones, but those everybody like lined up and walked through the store and all the cards were gone by the time it got to us like and you were only allowed to take I can't remember one or two packs or something. But yeah, they were all so he didn't get any cards, any Pokemon cards at all. So
Hmm.
that was kind of a bummer, but we soldiered on. We stopped for lunch slash breakfast at the Norski Nook in Osseo, Wisconsin, and we had pie for breakfast. And then we just had a really long drive to Chicago. We checked into the Best Western, and then we headed out and walked down to see like the bean, that kind of stuff.
Hmm.
My daughter she was earning her souvenir money by taking photos and she was very into it. So she was like asking for photos at like every statue and
She's like,
after like
suddenly I'm into photos.
yeah, she's like, I love photos now. Look at this. And we had this like complicated like how she was gonna earn the money. And after a little while, I was like, okay, she's already earned $20. Like this is a 23-day trip. I
Yeah.
didn't budget this much money for her.
Yeah.
So we switched it to 25 cents a photo, no matter what.
Oh, yeah. So so
Instead
you're
of a
like now
complicated system. We
you're
also
like,
forgot I was gonna bring a clicker to like click, but we
mhm,
forgot that. And so she just kept track of it herself in her head. And so who knows how accurate it was.
yeah.
But she did take a lot of photos for me. So
Okay.
it was worth it. It was actually a really good system. And I'm sure she's gonna ask for it next time because she still earned a lot of souvenir money,
Mhm.
even with the $25. So we walked to the bean. There was like some kind of concert there, and it was hard to get there. And we finally got there, and it was really hot and sunny. It was so sunny that when I took our photo in the, like the mirror of the bean, I took just a selfie of myself because the camera was turned around and I couldn't see the screen and I didn't notice. So We were there, but we don't have the photo to prove it. And then we took an Uber to the Navy Pier. We got lunch there at Harry Carey's because they had a Route 66 soda on the menu outside. And then the original not the original, the new start sign that they have put up for Route 66 so that you can drive from the Navy Pier to the Santa Monica Pier is there. So we took photos there. And then we Ubered to the architectural boat tour, which was fantastic. We
Mhm.
all loved that boat tour. The lady who like was talking was I don't know if she was just a I think she was just a volunteer, but she like knew everything about every building that we went by. It was really cool. My kids loved it too. And then we headed back to the hotel. So that was Friday, the first day.
That was Friday, and the next day was Saturday. So you had struck out on the Pokemon cards, but was
We
there a
had
Pokemon exhibit this day?
Yes, yes. So we got breakfast at our hotel, and then we were all ready to go to the Field Museum like right when it opened. My husband is very good at getting places on time. It's one of his strengths. If you're not
Mhm.
early, you're late. So we were leaving in plenty of time, and Stan's Donuts Fun Run stopped us right in our tracks, and we sat in traffic for like I think 40 minutes while the runners all ran across the place. Some of them were wearing donut outfits, so that was fun. But we did eventually get there, and we didn't get there when the museum opened, but we got there in time for our Pokemon ticket. So that was fun. And we did some other stuff at the museum. My kids both loved it. My son especially, he loved it. It was so fun to go there with him. And my son especially is like a museum kid. He loves museums. So he's just really fun to go to a museum with. He's been like drawing crabs. He likes crab Pokemon too. So he like went on a side quest to see how many crabs he could find. He only found 4, which was kind of disappointing for a field museum, but it was, he like had me take a picture of him with all the crabs. We have this inside joke about wildebeests in our family because of his biology curriculum was centered around wildebeests. I think it's the whole state of Minnesota's biology curriculum is centered around the wildebeest. And so he was just like every day was wildebeests. And so of course, we found a wildebeest.
Mhm.
And then we had been to the Field Museum once before when he was maybe like 8 or 9. He had asked to go specifically to see the dinosaur of the most complete T-Rex skeleton. Her name is Sue, and she's there.
Mhm.
And we were on a road trip from Maine when we did that trip. And we got there and there was a sign saying that the dinosaur was like under under construction. And so you could like see her through a window, but
Mhm.
it wasn't the experience that he was hoping for as, an 8-year-old. So we got to see Sue for real this time. She was back and ready to go. So that was cool. And then we spent maybe like 3 hours there and then we headed over to Union Station to drop him off to take the train home and we got lunch there. My daughter loves Auntie Anne's pretzels,
Mhm.
and she does not think it's a real vacation unless she gets Auntie Anne's pretzels with the blue raspberry lemonade. So we just checked that off the list right away, so we don't have to worry about that anymore. So they got pretzels. My husband and I got something. I think we got Pret a Manger. I was disappointed when we went into Union Station. Like I expected like a big city, like fancy, like train stationy vibe, and it was just like a subway kind of vibe.
Mhm.
But we like went in the wrong entrance. So then when we went to leave, we left like the fancy, like pretty building, and it was beautiful. Someone was having a wedding. Is how pretty it was in there. So that was cool. So we just left our son. He did fine on the train, but he did not bring a phone charger, and his phone died about 3 hours in, and so he had a 10-hour train ride with nothing to do. So I think he was happy to get home, but it was fine other than that. And then it was time to start Route 66 finally. So
Mhm.
we had a set of maps, we had an app, and we were like trying to use both of them together depending on the situation. And it was a giant learning curve. So we got lost a lot of times and we took like the wrong road a lot of times throughout
Using
this trip.
the physical maps you got lost?
Both, because like
Yeah.
they didn't quite match up. Like they're not from the same company or the same person or whatever,
Mhm,
so they don't completely match up. And
mhm.
Route 66 is no longer really a real road in most places. And so you're on a different road. A lot of states, especially for the 100th anniversary, had signs so we would know we were on the right route, but some didn't and some places didn't. And then there's like more than one alignment, they call it. So like the road was originally made in like I think 1926, but then they would sometimes reroute it so you could take the 1926 road or the 1932 road or whichever road. And so if you weren't paying attention carefully, you could easily end up on the wrong section that was maybe not the one that you wanted to be on, depending on where you were trying to go. So it was
Okay,
complicated.
I don't know if this is a dumb question, but if you're doing, like, a maps app, can you type Route 66 or
No,
you
you
can't do
cannot.
that?
Yeah, you can, but it will send you on the freeway. It won't send you on actual Route 66.
Okay, well, one of the podcast listeners and patrons works with for Apple Maps, and I would like him to
Okay.
look into this because I feel like you
Yeah.
should be able to put in that
Yeah.
path, and then it routes you knowing what the correct
Yeah.
roads are.
It would be nice. And someone has created an app that does do that and it had turn by turn directions, but it still didn't always take us exactly where we wanted to go. Like you were
Mhm,
taking their path. And the book of maps that we had did show like all the different roads so you could choose which one you wanted to go on. And it
mhm,
had written out turn by turn directions too. So we kind of used a mix of both depending on what we were doing. So we found this sign where it officially starts,
mhm,
and my husband just pulled over. My daughter and I jumped out and took a picture and jumped back in the car. And then we kind of just headed down out through Chicago. It took a long time. There was photo ops everywhere. We got really lucky just accidentally going during the 100th anniversary because all the towns along the way had little signs you could take your picture with and like statues and it
and
was
was your daughter thinking cha-ching, cha-ching?
she was, yeah, the whole time. She was like, "Yes, this is for me." So
Mhm,
the main place we stopped was the Joliet prison in Joliet, Illinois, where they filmed the Blues Brothers movies. Only my husband had seen the movie, but it was really interesting. So we really loved that. It was really interesting. You could just wander in most of the buildings, and it was a little bit creepy. It was very hot out. So my daughter started like fading a little bit. She had walked enough of the prison. So we got back in the car and we headed to Lockhart, Illinois, where we were surprising my husband with the bench scavenger hunt because he was doing a bench of the day, if you remember. And that was actually really fun. It's like one of my top. We were like, we have a surprise for you. And then, so we got into town. We were like, just looking, we didn't know where these benches would be. And we're just like looking around and we saw one at like down in a park. And we're like, there's one. And he's like, what? I didn't see anything. And then we got to the main street and there was like 20 benches. We're like, there's a bench. It was really cute. So we got out there, we walked around and took a lot of bench photos, and then we got some ice cream there, which we all needed after that hot day. And then we kind of kept going. We stopped at they have a lot of they're called muffler men. They're like tall, giant roadside attraction kind of things that people would use to advertise like restaurants or I think
mhm.
originally car shops. So we saw our first one, which was called the Gemini Giant, and there were other people there also doing Route 66. So that was fun. We'd also seen people in the hotel. One really interesting thing we thought was like when we stopped places, we always saw other people that were also driving Route 66. But when we were on the road, we almost never saw anyone. Like a lot of the roads are, you're parallel to the freeway. So I don't know if people are just taking the freeway, but we were always like, where did all these people come from? Like none of them are
They're
on the road.
cheating.
Maybe, or I don't know. It was kind of strange. We stopped at a two-room jail. We saw a jail almost every day. It became kind of a joke, like, have we seen a jail today? Historic jails in all these little towns, and a lot of historic gas stations. Every day had a lot of historic gas stations, either just abandoned or A lot of towns have fixed up their old gas station and they were like turned into museums or just like painted up nice. And then we got to Pontiac and we went to their car show, Hot Summer Nights, and we got dinner in town there. My daughter went to the pool. She went to the pool almost every night. Every time we had a pool, that was maybe her favorite part of the vacation. And then I wrote down how many miles we drove every day too. So we drove 117 miles on that day. The first day we drove 444.
This reminds me of at the end of Disney World trip reports when people give their step count.
Yeah, I did steps too.
So
Yeah.
you can do miles too.
Yeah, I did steps and miles every day.
Okay.
So now we're on day 3.
Yeah, and from this point on, my notes are just like loose plans over the next week and a half.
Yes. And that is exactly what happened. So we didn't really plan ahead. A couple of times we would be like, okay, we know for sure where we're going to be tomorrow. And so we would book the hotel ahead, but we didn't book ahead most days until like the evening, even like 5 o'clock. We would be like, okay, we're going to stop soon. Where should we stop? And we didn't have any trouble finding a hotel anywhere. So day 3 was Sunday. We had a hotel breakfast. Pontiac has swinging bridges. So we went and walked across one of those. And then the first big thing we were going to do was the Route 66 Museum. And despite the fact that this was the only day I planned and I had looked it up, my information was wrong and the museum was closed until noon. And we thought it opened at 9. So we didn't want to wait around 3 hours for the museum to open. So we just had to like leave. And that happened a lot on the trip too, because a lot of this stuff is in small towns. A lot of them have weird hours and they have small staff. So if someone is sick, it's closed. And
Yeah, but
that
you would
kind
think
of thing.
if they catered to Route 66 travelers that they would have more hours, but I guess they
Yeah,
don't
but
have
I
the
think
staff.
yeah. And then a lot of times they'll be closed for, like the weekend, but it'll be Monday and Tuesday that they're closed instead of Saturday and Sunday because they
Uh-huh.
are catering to people who are free in the weekend. So we did run into that and we had to skip a bunch of different stuff because it just wasn't open on that day. We went to a giant gas station called Wally's that my husband was very excited about, which I think is like trying to be Buc-ee's.
Mhm.
And it was kind of like Buc-ee's, but it did not have the charm or the appeal of
Yeah,
Buc-ee's in my opinion.
that's kind of hard to pull out.
I
Is
know.
Wally spelled with 2 E's like Bucky's?
No, it was just
No.
the normal way.
Uh-huh.
But it was a giant gas station.
Mhm.
And then in this part of the trip, we were on like the second alignment of the road, and the original road was abandoned next to us. And it looked like just the 1-lane road, but I think it probably was a 2-lane road in like 1926 or whatever. And parts of it had been turned into a bike path. So it was kind of fun. This was like a really kind of like country-ish area of where we're like going through farms. We went through one spot that was called Dead Man's Curve, where it was just like a complete turn. And then we got to Atlanta, where they have a museum for those muffler men. It's called
Mhm.
the Atlanta Giants. And that was like a delight. It was one of my favorite parts of the trip. They had like 5 of them outside. One of them used to be here in Minnesota. So we like recognized it from when we were kids. And then there was a man there who's like trying to find a lot of these things and restore them. And it was a tiny museum. But the man in there was so sweet and he like gave us recommendations for other things to do along the way, and he like was telling my daughter like, you're so lucky you get to do this. It was really cute. And then we got pie for lunch because that man had told us that we should go to the restaurant, and it had one of the muffler men as it was a woman, and she was holding a pie. So we did that. And then our next stop was Lincoln, Illinois, where they have a statue based on the fact that Abraham Lincoln once dropped watermelon juice on their train track to like, it was like the first day of the train. So he went there and poured watermelon juice on the train track, and they had like a watermelon statue. They
You know
also,
what? People could just be making stuff up. How are we going
I
to verify?
know. I know, it's so silly. But it was like so fun. And they had watermelon bench for my husband to take a picture with. And then they also had a giant like Abraham Lincoln riding a carriage with like with the covered wagon and the horses, and he was like reading a book, and I love to read, and I was like, listen, I think if I could read a book while I was driving, maybe we should have stuck with covered wagons. I don't know. My daughter was getting a road trip surprise every day. This day she got the Hunger Games book trilogy, which she's been begging me to read. So she was over the moon, and that entertained her for quite some time.
Can she
And
read
then
in cars?
mostly, not if it's really twisty. She does
Mhm,
sometimes get car sick, but she did not get car sick at all in this time. And most of the road was not super twisty, so
mhm.
she could for the most part, yeah. And then our next stop was the Lincoln Presidential Library, which was an absolute delight. The production value at the Lincoln Presidential Library was like over the top. There was like there was a show with a hologram that was
Mhm.
so well done that we thought it was a real person for almost until the end, and he like faded away. And
Wow.
I was like, maybe it's not a real person, but I was like, I think it is a real person. And they had like another show that had like the seats shook and there was like smoke and like bubbles. It was like a Disney show. They had a little
Yeah, I was gonna
scavenger
say,
hunt.
not what
Yeah.
you think of when you think of library, but yeah.
Like a presidential, yeah. But it was we loved it. They
Mhm.
also had a Route 66 photo op in there. Almost everywhere we went, like we went to just some like random museums. They all had Route 66 like photo ops or like exhibits or whatever. And then we went to Lincoln's house. I love a historical home tour. I will tour anybody's historical home, whether or not they're famous. So going to Abraham Lincoln's was a delight. We tried to go to his tomb. We did get there, but there's like a museum in the bottom and it was already closed. We got there too late. My husband did like a drive-by of the Capitol building. I have a scrapbook where I'm trying to get a picture of every Capitol building. So he just like dropped me because there was no parking close by. He dropped me at the corner and drove around the block and picked me back up. And then we had dinner at the Westwoods Lodge, Springfield, in Springfield, Illinois. And they have this like local food called a horseshoe, which is a piece of bread covered in some kind of meat. You can pick whatever meat you want. And then they cover it in cheese sauce and french fries. So we got those and it was good. I don't know that I need to eat it every day or anything, but it was a fun vacation food.
Mhm.
And then we went to their fairgrounds where they have a bunch of like recreations of all the things in Illinois on Route 66 that you can like walk through. And there was a million photo ops there. And that was actually really cool. I kind of wish we could have waited because it all lights up at night. But my daughter really wanted to get to the pool. So we had to do that instead. And that day we drove 131 miles and we walked 9,912 steps.
Okay. What was the next day was Monday, July 20th?
Yes. So we're still kind of in the country. We started by seeing a covered bridge, and then we drove over a really old section that was made with brick. So I think it's like a mile long and it's the only one. And then we got to a spot where some turkeys walked across the road while they were making the road. And somebody has like put up a little turkey sign and like marked out where the turkey tracks are. My husband and my daughter wouldn't even get out of the car for that, but I got out and took some pictures. This was one of the places where we got like very lost and ended up on the wrong alignment and just had to like use our phones to figure out how to get to the next town.
Mhm.
We stopped at another jail in a town called Carlinville. That was a really cute town. My husband and I do an anniversary trip every year where one of us is surprised and the other one plans the trip. And all these little towns, I was like, which one of these can we come back to and spend a lot of time in for our anniversary? That was high on my list.
Yeah,
And then,
road trips remind me of cruises where you're sampling
yes,
cities, and then
yeah,
that you can come back. Mhm.
yeah. And then we stopped at a little Route 66 museum in a town called Litchfield because I was feeling sad that I hadn't got to go to that other bigger one. And that was cute. It was just like their little town one. And then we went to the Pink Elephant Antique Mall, which we thought was going to be like a 5-minute stop. We're not big shoppers, But that antique mall was like a giant time suck. It was not like anything I've ever seen before. It was the whole outside was like giant roadside props and photo ops. And then inside there was like a candy store and an ice cream shop. And then everyone just like had their own little booths and it was just like crammed full of stuff. And we ended up finding the Pokemon cards that my son had wanted. So we like FaceTiming him, like, do you want us to buy these? And then we had to like get somebody to come open the key because the owners of the booths aren't there. You have to, it was like a whole long process. And then we got ice cream at the counter for lunch. So now this day was kind of the only day where we were feeling in a time crunch because we had bought tickets to go up the Gateway Arch later that day. And we got pretty late in the day. I can't remember exactly what time, but we were starting to wonder if we were starting to like be like, oh, I'm not sure if we have enough time. But I was grateful that my husband had looked that up because I didn't think of that, and I'm not sure that we would have gotten to go up the arch if he hadn't bought those tickets ahead of time. So we were gonna go to a place called Cahokia Mounds, which is like a Native American like burial ground,
Hmm.
and you can walk up the mound, but it was really hot. And so we drove to it and looked at it. And we did get out and we were like, maybe we'll walk, but we were actually in the wrong spot. The visitor center was already closed or was closed on Mondays or whatever. And so we saw the smaller one close up, but the bigger one we just saw from far away. We did get to the Gateway Arch on time, and my daughter was a little claustrophobic in the elevator. She normally isn't, but the elevator just kind of freaked her out a little bit. So that was a little bit, it was, I'm glad we did it, but it was, I don't need to do it again.
It's a little like sitting inside a pneumatic tube.
Yeah, yeah. And I've done it before, and so I really don't need to do it again. But we enjoyed the museum. They were filming a commercial in there, so that was fun. And then my daughter and I walked to our hotel. It was actually the same amount of distance to walk to the hotel as to walk to the parking garage where our car was. So my daughter and I just walked to the hotel. My husband went back and got the car. And then we went to a place called Peroni's for dinner because St. Louis has their own kind of pizza. And I don't remember what it's called, but it was very odd. The pizza was like, it was like really thin crust and the cheese was like gooey, like liquidy, and it never solidified the entire time we were eating it. And it was not for us, but it was fun to try it. And then we went to the Chain of Rocks Bridge, which I think people normally go to from the Illinois side, but it was an original bridge over Route 66, and the Illinois side is closed for construction. So we had to go kind of a little bit out of the way to get back to it from the Missouri side, but it wasn't too far. And that was really cool. It has a like a turn in it. So it's a bridge with like a curve, which normally they're just straight over the river, and it was really pretty there, and there was like a ton of local people just like running across it for exercise. It was, I think it was like 8 by this time. It was like getting to sunset time, so it was finally cool enough for people to be outside. So this day we drove 210 miles and we walked 9,876 steps.
Okay. What was Tuesday, July 21st?
So Tuesday we got up and had breakfast. We slept in a little bit this day because we were going to the city museum. And I
Hmm.
can't remember if it opened at 9 or 10, but then we spent a long time at the city museum. My daughter loved it. It was her favorite part of the whole trip. And have you been there? It's crazy.
No, it's one of my favorite places I've ever been,
Yeah.
and I when I've known people that moved to St. Louis, I gift them a membership.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Mhm.
Like it was wild. And every time we turned around there was like a new thing. We were like, "Where how is this here?" We rode a Ferris wheel at the top. There's a bus that's like hanging off the side of the building. When we got there, we were like so distracted by everything in the parking lot that we drove past the parking attendant, like didn't even notice her. And then she's like standing there like waving us for us to come back. Like, sorry, we got distracted by all of this. What is all of this? But yeah, Sadie loved it and we spent a long time there. I was very tired and I climbed through enough tunnels with her that like my I brought like massage gun for my feet because my feet are bad, and I needed it for my legs because I it was a lot of work climbing all those tunnels.
Mhm.
So that was really fun. And then when we finally left there, we got Ted Drew's custard. This was the first time that I noticed there are a lot of people from other countries driving Route 66, which I thought was kind of interesting that they would even like know about it. And people from it seemed like any other country do not have the same kind of personal space boundaries that we do have here in America. So for the whole trip, like people would be like standing right next to us, even though there's plenty of space to like stand a little further away. And then my instinct would be to like engage with them because they're standing right next to me. I feel like we should know each other. And then they would be weirded out when I would be like, "Oh, hi," or "Oh, good morning." And then they would be like, "Why are you talking to me?" Like you could see on their face, they were like, "I don't understand why we're having a conversation. I don't know you." Like, well, you're standing here, like you're practically holding my hand. Like,
Mhm.
so that was funny. It was just that happened the whole entire trip, everywhere.
Yeah, I found this too going to a lot of, like, touristy pla like the Grand Canyon. I'm like, it's
Yeah,
mostly
yeah.
non-Americans.
Yeah, that totally happened at the Grand Canyon too. Yeah, which we went to later on. So yeah, someone just like sat next to me on the bench, even though there was a whole other bench he could have sat on myself. And then I was like, "Hello," and he was like, "Why are you talking to me?" It's like, okay. We also got some ooey gooey butter cake. There was a shop across the street from the custard, and I had seen that when I was like looking up different foods to eat. We tried to go to the Route 66 State Park, which I think was like an abandoned, like the whole town had to get everyone had to leave because of some kind of, I don't know, chemical spill or something. And now they've like reclaimed it, but that was closed on Tuesdays or whatever. So then we went to Merrimack Caverns, which is a really cool cave tour. We really liked it. It was a family owned cave tour, and I was expecting like a really small cave, but it's like an hour long giant cave tour through a lot of stuff. There was a like a show at the end, like on the wall of the cave. It was fun. We had dinner at Cracker Barrel, and then we stayed at the Comfort Inn and Suites in Sullivan, Missouri. I don't like to eat at restaurants on vacation where I could eat at that restaurant at home. But in this town, were no restaurants open because it was I think it was like 8 by the time we got to our hotel. There were no local restaurants open, and we found that a lot too, that a lot of the restaurants closed at 8, and our, like, eating schedule was so weird that a lot of times we were eating dinner really late, and so we would end up having to get something else, which wasn't my first choice, but that day we only drove 88 miles because we spent all day at the City
City
Museum.
Museum. Yes. Time well spent. Okay. So
Yeah.
then what was Wednesday, July 22nd?
So this day I finally like I had really been wanting to eat a lot of like diner breakfasts, and I think we ate like 3 on the whole trip. This day I was like, can we please skip the hotel breakfast and eat at a restaurant? So we went to Shelley's Cafe in Cuba, Missouri, and the food was great, but there was one waitress in the whole entire very busy restaurant full of both locals and Route 66 tourists, and it took forever, and I felt really bad for her because she was doing her best, and she needed another person to help her. But the food was good. And then Cuba is known for a lot of murals, so we kind of drove around, saw all the murals. I think that the tallest man in the world used to live in this town. So the shoe store in town has his shoes. So we went in there, we looked at his shoes. They were very large. We went to a jail, and we went to their visitor center where they had a sculpture made as a tribute to the Osage people who were the first person that used the path of Route 66 as a trade route. And that was really interesting. The man in the visitor center told us all about that. Gave our daughter
Mhm.
some candy.
Nice.
All the people at like the visitor centers and everything were so nice and so like excited to talk to people. Then let's see, we saw the world's largest rocking chair. We tried to go to a Trail of Tears memorial, but that was closed. We we had to do a detour here and we ended up going like backwards on Route 66 for a while to hit something. I can't remember what I thought we missed, but we just went across like a random bridge in like this really little tiny town and there was people all over on the bridge. So we were like, well, something must be happening. So we stopped and got out and there were like giant fish in this like not that big river. They were huge. Like I didn't even know fish in rivers got that big unless it was like, Alaska or something, not Illinois or Missouri by this time, Missouri. So we watched the fish for a while. That was a delight. I think that was my favorite part of the day that day. And then we went to the Uranus Fudge Factory. That was not for us. It was very loud. It was a lot of weird humor. We got some fudge and got out of there quickly. My daughter said, I think she was like, "This doesn't bother me. It sounds a lot like my 4th grade classroom." Is what
Yeah,
she
I was
said.
gonna say the name of it kind of.
Yeah, so like every time the door opened, which was every 10 seconds, they would shout, "Welcome to Uranus." And
Mhm.
then it was just it was a lot. But there was a lot of photo ops and stuff there too. And then we went to a museum in Lebanon that was in a library, which was just a really cute little Route 66 museum. They had like a recreation of a diner and a recreation of a motel room. That was cute. We went to the Buc-ee's in Springfield for a late lunch. We don't have Buc-ee's in Minnesota, so it's a
Mhm.
novelty for us to go to a Buc-ee's.
Mhm.
And then in Springfield, they had a really cool new monument for the 100th year anniversary. So we stopped for a photo op of that, and then they also had a musical highway where if you drive down the road at the right speed,
Mhm.
you can hear a song. So we did that. That was fun.
Do you remember what
Um,
song it was?
I think it was America the Beautiful,
Mm.
or we did two. One, I think one was America the Beautiful, and one was This Land Is Your Land, This Land Is My Land. We went to their like downtown. They had like a monument to, I think it was Wyatt Earp's first gunfight or something, the first gunfight in the Wild West. And they had a fountain there that was for the 66th anniversary of Route 66. And then they had put a 100th year thing next to it. So both monuments. It was called a toe dipping fountain. And my daughter is still mad about this. I distinctly remember saying to her, "That is a toe dipping fountain. You can dip your toes in it if you want." And she felt as though I was forcing her to dip her toes in the fountain, even though I feel like the "if you want" was, signaling that it was her choice. So she did it. And then she was like, I don't know if she like got embarrassed or what, but she was like, "I don't know why you made me do that." Like I didn't. So, and it was real the whole trip was really hot. It was really hot this day too. And then we kept going. We stopped at a gas station called Gary's Gay Purita, which is like covered in stickers and like lots of cute photo ops. But it wasn't closed, but like, they clearly had like food and stuff during the day. It was like 6 o'clock, I think, at this time, and none of that was open anymore. And then we went to a really weird place called Red Oak 2, where a man took all of the buildings from the town that his grandparents lived in when he was a little kid. Like it had become like a ghost town. Nobody really lived there anymore. He took all the buildings and he brought them to his farm and he recreated them there. And then he was also like a folk artist. So there was like folk art sculptures as well, but also people lived in some of these houses now still. So it was like
He
a
he
neighborhood.
created a he created a commune.
He did. And it was it was a little bit weird and it was pretty late. It said it was open until like 8 p.m. And so it was pretty late. So like we were the only tourists there. The I think the man had died, I think maybe like 6 years ago, who like made the art, but his wife still lived there and she like opened up there's like a little museum because he was like a legit artist and he did a lot of like stuff for like gift shops. And so a lot of his art was in there. It was a very odd vibe. And then there were also animals. And so we like walked over to look at the animals and there was like, I don't remember, like chickens and whatever. And then we were just like about to walk away and this giant white turkey like came around the corner and was like gobbling at us so loud. We were like, this turkey is our trip mascot. And then we ended up in a Best Western in Joliet. And my daughter wanted to go in the pool, and then we got Wingstop for a very late dinner at like 10:30, I think, because we decided we were hungry after all. So that was day 6. We drove 258 miles and we walked 6,842 steps.
All right. You're making your way across Missouri. The next day was
Yes.
Thursday, July 23rd.
Yes. So we had our hotel breakfast. The first place we went to was the garage where Bonnie and Clyde had their shootout. We were like joking about like making sure our daughter was scared straight by showing her all of the jails. So we were like, well, we better show her the site of a shootout here. And then we went to they had a park with 3D chalk art about Route 66 that was really cool. It was just like a sidewalk and the chalk art was like amazing and you could like stand on it. It would look like you were like sitting on the rocking chair or like riding a rocket ship and they had like a bunch of different Route 66. I think the Grand Canyon was in there. It was very cool. My daughter she was walking on like the side of the curb and she slid off and scraped her knee. That was our only injury the whole trip. So that was exciting. That was nice. And then we went into Kansas. There's a town in Kansas called Galena, which is where they found the car that they used as the inspiration for Tow Mater. And that town is really leaned into being the Cars town. So there was a lot of photo ops. It was the first, they had all these like signs that you could drive your car through. So it would say like Galena, Kansas on one side, and the other side would say like Route 66. And you could pull your car in and then take a picture in your car or of your car or whatever. And there was like a whole bunch of, I think they were French tourists. And when we pulled into the sign, the man got very excited and wanted to take our picture. And I tried to like get out of the car because you can't actually see you if you're in the car, but he insisted that we take the picture while we were in the car. My husband thought that he was trying to steal our phone. It's like this man's gonna steal our phone. I think he did let us get out and take another photo. I think he realized after he took it, oh, you can't actually see the people in the car when they're in it. So that was funny. And then we stopped at a couple of like gift shops there. We saw the Tomater car. They had a Lightning McQueen. They had the Doc Hudson car, like signed by the guy who voiced Doc Hudson. And then they have a place called Gearhead Curios. And when we were at that Atlanta Giants place, the man told us to go there and ask for a tour of the bathroom. And so we did ask for a tour of the bathroom, and it was like an 18-year-old girl, and she was committed, and she gave us a tour of the bathroom. Like all the fixtures in the bathroom are made from car parts. So like the tour was like, the light is made from the whatever of the whatever kind of car.
Mhm.
And then she said she said they had 2 weddings in this bathroom and that I know, it was so silly. And that they have a tradition where, like, I can't remember what the urinal is made out of, but the urinal is made out of some cool car part, but the girls were feeling left out because they couldn't pee in this urinal, so they had this, like, product where girls can pee standing up that I think is mostly for camping or something,
Mhm.
and you were allowed to use that, and then if a girl peed in the urinal, you got a round of applause and you got to honk this old horn. We did
Wow.
not partake in that.
Very classy.
I know, it's so silly. At this point, I realized that I was no longer wearing my Fitbit, and I was pretty sure I left it in the hotel room. And we were only like 20 minutes away from the hotel room. So I called the hotel to see if they had it there. And it took a long time for them to get back to us. So we were just kind of like wandering around Galena. But eventually she called back and was like, "No, we didn't find it." And I did eventually find it buried in the bottom of my bag. So that was good. This day we stopped for lunch at like a Route 66 place called Wayland's Cuckoo Burger, but we just got mozzarella sticks and ice cream. We saw some more muffler men. We went to a totem pole park where a man had created the world's largest totem pole out of concrete. We stopped in, and then we Kansas is a very short part of Route 66, so we're already in Oklahoma. And we stopped in Catoosa. They have a giant blue whale that used to be like a swimming slide. A man made it for his wife for their 34th wedding anniversary gift. They had like a little roadside zoo. So he made this giant whale. I told my husband like, "Okay, clearly your 34 is the giant roadside attraction. I'm going to be expecting
Like
something."
the first anniversary is paper, and
Yeah.
then by the time you get to
34th.
34.
Yeah, giant roadside attraction. That was
Mhm.
really cool. It was very crowded. Everybody was at the blue whale. And then we got to Tulsa. We were staying in Tulsa for the night. I think we knew we were staying in Tulsa the day before, so we already had gotten a hotel the day before. They have a museum called Greenwood Rising, which is about the Tulsa race riots.
Mhm.
Like, I can't remember what year it was, but that was really well done. It was really interesting. They had this one part where you sat in a barber chair and you like looked in a mirror and it looks like the barber was cutting your hair. Well, he like told the story of what this area of the country used to be. That was really cool. We got dinner at a place called Mother Road Market, which is kind of like a food hall where you can like each pick your own food. My I got ramen and it was not good, so that was sad. But they also had that like viral like Dubai chocolate strawberry situation, and I got one of those for dessert, and that was really good. And then we went to the Route 66 historical village where I had purchased the brick that had our names in it,
Mhm.
and we did not find the brick. So
Mm.
that was sad. We like looked and looked and looked. We did not find it. So that was depressing. And my family was sort of like, "Isn't this just going to be kind of like what we saw yesterday at like the Red Oak 2?" I'm like, "Yeah, but it's different." Like pretending to be really excited about it because I really wanted to find this brick, and then it wasn't there. So that was a bummer. And then we went to the drive-in and we watched Toy Story 5. And that was really fun. So we got there pretty early. We like played games on the grass and then we had chair. My husband actually surprised me with new, like we've had the same like lawn chairs for
Mhm.
like, 20 years. He surprised me with the new fancy ones that like rock. So that was exciting. And then we were staying in the Embassy Suites at Tulsa, in Tulsa. My daughter actually didn't have a bed. She had a pull-out couch, and she is still complaining about how badly she slept in that pull-out couch. She hated it.
She prefers the Best Western.
She prefers the Best Western. And then we drove 180 miles that day, and we did 8,159 steps. So now we're up to day 8.
And
We
it's Friday, July 24th.
is we are still in Tulsa. We had the best hotel breakfast of the trip at the Embassy Suites, even though she didn't like the bed. They had made to order omelets and they were delicious. Like a manager came by to like just be like, "Hey, how is it going?" And I was like, "Oh, great." And then somebody set down my food while she was standing there and she was like, "It's going to be even better after you eat that." And she was not wrong. It was a delicious omelet. And then we went to a park called Gathering Place in Tulsa, which was the best park I've ever seen in my life. It was amazing. It had like a whole bunch of different areas of like different ways kids could play. So it was like kind of a traditional like playground area, but like the playground structures were like one was like a giant bird, one was like an elephant, like ropes and ladders. There were these like pod things that you could like climb up into like on a rope. They had a whole like hilly area full of swings, including these cool like teeter-totter things that were sort of like teeter-totters, but they were like on a pulley system. And so you didn't have to be like the same weight to do it like you do on a traditional teeter-totter. Like, I could do it with my daughter. That was fun. There was, like, a log climb. We didn't do it, but they had, like, free kayaks and paddle boats that you could just check out and go on. There was, like, water everywhere. It was very cool. So we spent a couple of hours probably there. And then we were going to the Outsiders house is where we were going, the house where they filmed the movie from the Outsiders. And we almost missed it, but we were too early for when the Outsiders house opened. And so we're just like following Route 66 through Tulsa, and they had a whole street full of those muffler men that I loved, like all decorated with neon signs. So we stopped there and, did a bunch of photo ops. I think that one had my favorite. They had like a Rosie the Riveter one. That was maybe my favorite one of the trip. And then we went to the Outsider's house. That was very cool. There was a man in the house who was an extra in the movie who's now like 83 years old and is like selling photos of like Rob Lowe and Tom Cruise that he just took on his like point and shoot whatever camera he had in
Mhm.
19, whenever that was. It's the original, it is the house that they filmed the movie in, but they've just like recreated the movie with just sourcing, like it's not the same, like, couch, but it looks like the same couch, and they,
Mhm.
like, let us take photos in there. It was really fun, I loved it. And then so now we're leaving Tulsa, and we were driving past the place that was supposed to have our brick, and the visitor center was open now. So I said to my husband, "Let's just stop and ask them if they can help us find our brick since we're driving by again." And they said it's all run by volunteers and they try to get the bricks in, but they're mostly retired people and it's hard for them to get the bricks in the ground. So she dug through a box for me and found our brick. So it was there, it just wasn't in the ground yet. So we got to take pictures with it. And I was like, I guess we're gonna have to come back to Tulsa so we can see it in the ground.
It seems like there was lots of things in Tulsa you ended up liking, so.
I we Tulsa was my favorite city, actually. I was
Mhm.
really surprised. I was like, I would totally come back to Tulsa. I'm sure there's a million things we didn't see. We also didn't realize when we were at the drive-in that the drive-in is also in the movie, The
Hmm.
Outsiders movie. And they had a mural inside like the concession stand of The Outsiders. And we were like, oh well, that makes sense. I don't know why we didn't, because we watched the movie like 2 days before we left on the trip. So I
Mhm.
don't know why we didn't put two and two together there, but
It
so
occurs to it occurs to me while you're talking that people listening live along Route 66, and so I wonder if they're
yes.
like, "Wow, she liked our
Yeah.
city."
Yeah. And then my daughter had wanted to stop at a car museum. So we stopped at one called Heart of the Root Car Museum. And it was fine. I'm not a car museum person, but they had a little scavenger hunt. She loves a scavenger hunt. So she did the scavenger hunt and got like a sucker or something. And this part of the road was like through like neighborhoods, kind of like country neighborhoods, and it was not well maintained at all. My husband did not enjoy this part of the road. He was like, what are we even doing? And then we stopped in a town called Stroud at the Rock Cafe, and I was really excited. I didn't know how many of the like kind of famous restaurants we would even get to go to, because you never know if you're going to be there at the right time to eat or whatever. So I was really excited about this one. The owner is supposedly where they got the inspiration for Sally from Cars. And so they also really heavily leaned into the Cars theme. There was Cars props, Cars everything. And our food was really good there. They have like a famous grill too. I think it has a name. And I think their restaurant burned down at one point, but they saved the grill. So the grill is like the original grill from a long time ago. And
Do
then
you do you know if any of the people along the route, because you're mentioning the Disney references, do you know
yeah,
if any of them, like, people from Disney had to have done this
yeah, so
research?
it said like John Lasseter or whatever spent a lot of
Okay.
time. He like went to this restaurant like 12 times or whatever.
Okay.
And then the Kansas one said that too. Like the Disney people were all here for like weeks actually,
Okay.
like hanging out. So then we went to, I think it was in the next town over, the man whose maps we were using. is an artist. He like draws the maps and he has his own little gallery. And so we stopped and met him. He signed our books and like he like wrote in some like there was like a detour somewhere. He like flipped through and like put it in, like told us some stuff that's like happened since. He publishes a new edition of the maps every year. And I think he drives the route every year, but he does it in two sections because he's like kind of almost at the halfway point. So he'll do one trip where he goes west and back to home and the other one where he goes east. That was really fun. He also wrote like a comic book about driving Route 66 as a kid with his family. So we bought that and our daughter loved it. There was a giant push pin in the next town that was called like "You Are Here" that they made for Route 66 that was actually really beautiful. It was like it's hard to explain it. It kind of looked like stained glass. So we did that. We we actually had to turn around and go back because we missed the spot where they erected a sign because Paul McCartney stopped and asked for directions on this like rural town. I was like, we got to go back, man. We're never going to be able to say that we stopped at the same place as Paul McCartney. And the sign just said that Paul McCartney literally just did his own Route 66 trip in like 2009, like with his girlfriend or something. And he was like trying to keep it on the down low, like not let anybody know that he was Paul McCartney. But they got lost and they stopped in this like neighborhood and asked somebody if they were on the original Route 66 alignment. And they were. And the man didn't have a camera, so all they could do was put up a sign there, I guess. Well, that was silly.
Anything can be a claim to fame. That's what we're learning.
Yeah, yeah. And then we stopped at a place called the Round Barn, which is just like a beautiful old red barn that's round. We went to a diner called Pops. We didn't eat. We weren't hungry, but they have like I can't remember like tens of thousands of kinds of soda. So I think we each picked or no, we each picked two sodas to like try later. That place was really cool. It had like a cool neon like pop bottle out front, but it wasn't night. But I mean, it still looks cool even during the day. And then we had a hotel, a Best Western in Oklahoma City. I took my daughter to the pool while my husband did laundry, and that took forever. And then we went for dinner at like 9:30 to a place called Cattleman's Cafe, which was a steakhouse. Luckily, everyone else in the restaurant seemed to be Europeans, so they didn't think it was weird that we were bringing our kid to dinner at 9:30. And we got steaks, and they were delicious. And then we did our soda taste test. So that day we drove 164 miles and we walked 10,588 steps.
You're getting your steps in even though you're on a road trip.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, so the next day on your road trip was Saturday, July 25th.
Yeah, so we had our hotel breakfast. This one had a yogurt parfait. Every time that the hotel breakfast had like a unique option, I was very excited. We went to the Oklahoma City Memorial first. We didn't do the museum just because we were doing another museum later, but it was beautiful. It was really, really well done. And then we went to the First Americans Museum, which is a museum about the Native Americans. They had a Route 66 exhibit in there, which was cool. They also had a place called the Treetop Trail, which was like a kid's playground full of ropes and nets. And I said to my daughter, I'm not climbing in any more tunnels here on your own. But she found some kids in there to play hide and seek with, and we spent a lot of time in there. When we left there, we stopped at a Brahms for lunch and ice cream. You used to live in Texas, right? So
And I'm from Kansas. So
okay.
Brahms.
Yeah, we don't have those here. And that's like a really nice, kind of really cheap option for
In the pandemic, you remember at the beginning when grocery stores were sold out of a lot of stuff? It's
Oh, yeah.
Brahms. It's Brahms where I got my stuff because they
Yeah.
they have their own supply. And it's good stuff.
Yeah. We got water there too. Yeah, they had like a little grocery store. Yeah. And then the next place we stopped was the Route 66 Museum in Oklahoma. Sometimes the app that we were using also had like times for things, like when they would be open. And so we thought this museum was open until 6, but it was closing at 5 and it was like 20 to 5, I think. So they actually let us go in for free because we only had 20 minutes. And I mean, obviously we had to rush, but at least we felt like we saw it. That was a really well done. It was probably the best one that we saw. It was set up by the decades. So it like went through like the construction of Route 66 and then like the Dust Bowl and then like the people traveling it for fun. That was really cool. We tried to stop at the shop where the man who people, I don't think this is confirmed, but they think he is the voice of Tomater, like the inspiration for the voice of
Okay.
Tomater. And he owns a shop in this like tiny little town. I didn't write down the name of it. And our app said it was open till 9 p.m., which seemed crazy. I think we got there at 7. He was there and I did talk to him. He was just shutting the door. We just missed him. And he did sound like Tomater. So I don't know. Maybe he is.
I just think that's funny. I want to imagine that the people from Disney heard him and were like, we've got to find somebody that can do
Yeah,
this.
yeah. And then we stopped in for the night in Shamrock, Texas. This was the first time I got to stay in like a mom and pop hotel. It was called the Western Motel, and it was right across from the U Drop Inn, which is like I think it's Ramones at Radiator Springs, like the building with like the
Hmm.
pointy top kind of thing.
Hmm.
And that was cool. We went to a local place called Rusty's for dinner, and then this was the first time we got to see like a cool like lit up neon building at night because we could just look outside of our hotel. So that day we drove 190 miles and we walked 6,668 steps because we mostly sat on a bench while our daughter played in that treetop trail.
Yeah. The next day was Sunday, July 26th. And I'm just imagining the temperatures because you've been saying how hot it is. I'm like,
Yes,
you're
and
going
it's
through some hot,
just getting hotter
you're
every
going
day.
through
Like
hotter parts.
it started out hot and it got really, really hot.
Hmm.
So this day I was really sad about this. We had to skip the barbed wire museum because it was closed on Sundays.
Were you really sad about that? Or are you just
I was, yeah, I
okay?
really wanted to go to the barbed wire museum. And there was somebody there outside literally painting a mural on the wall. We saw so many, I'm like leaving out like the millions of like tiny photo ops we stopped for and like pictures of murals. So it was pretty exciting to see somebody actually painting a mural while we were there. And then we stopped at a restaurant called the Big Texan, which is in Amarillo, Texas, and has like a giant cow out front and it has like a lot of props. It's like it's a cool vibe. Our food was not that good, unfortunately. We were also eating steak at like 10 a.m. because that's the time that we got there. So maybe that was part of the problem. My daughter's steak was way better than mine, and she is not a big eater, and she only ate like 2 bites hers, so I just ate hers. So it was fine. Also, randomly, a woman at the table next to us was watching a movie out loud on her phone, which was really weird. And she wasn't even watching it. She was like talking to her husband or whoever she was there with, but they just had the movie playing out loud. It was so weird. Sometimes people are just like,
People are strange.
what
I know.
are you
Hmm.
doing? Like, so we did a lot of photo ops there, and then there's 2 places where you can spray paint cars. There's the Slug Bug Ranch, which has like was in town and had like VW bugs that you could spray paint. We saw it, but we didn't spray paint them. And then we spray painted the ones at the Cadillac Ranch, which is just like a bunch of cars out in a field and people can spray paint them. My daughter had at this point, I don't know if she'd spent any of her souvenir money yet. She was trying to save it for Disney. And she talked my husband into buying her. There was a man selling necklaces from the paint chips that fall off of the cars, which were very cool. But she just talked him into buying her that without even having to use her souvenir money. And then we reached the actual official halfway point on this day, and there is a cafe there. So we stopped there and my husband and I got pie. My daughter got a grilled cheese. She got lunch. And then this part of the road was like really like deserty, middle of nowhere. Like you're kind of paralleling the freeway a lot, but this part, like the roads were really small, and there would be tunnels under the freeways that were just like one-way tunnels. I loved it.
Scary.
I don't think my husband loved it, but I did. We stopped for a photo op at the Blue Swallow Motel, which is probably like the most famous Route 66 motel with like a cool neon sign. That was another place where I was like, I would love to just come back here and see it at night. And then we entered New Mexico, and we stopped at a place called the Blue Hole in Santa Rosa, which is just like a swimming hole, and it's giant. I can't remember how deep it is, but people scuba dive in it. People like learn to scuba dive it, and they like actually scuba dive. We didn't see any scuba divers. You can also like jump into it from the cliffs around it. And it's like, I can't remember how cold it was, but it was cold. My husband wouldn't go in. My husband is not a water person at all. My daughter and I went in. It was freezing. But she loved it. I couldn't even even think to try to like swim in there. Like it was too cold. But you could like stand around the edge kind of. There was like a ledge. So we kind of just like stood in there for a while. It was like 106 degrees out. So, you know, it was refreshing, I guess, but it was freezing.
I
And
just looked up pictures of it and it really is so blue.
yeah, yeah, it was cool. It was neat. The bathrooms there were the most disgusting bathrooms I have ever seen in my life, though. My daughter wouldn't even go back in to like change back out. I cannot sit in a wet swimsuit, so I was like, I gotta do it. And I was like, this is the bravest I've ever been in my life going back into this bathroom.
Mhm.
It was not great. And then this night, there is actually a Las Vegas in New Mexico as well. And they like to claim that they are the first Las Vegas. And we stayed there in a historic hotel called the Plaza Hotel. And it was very cool. I think it was my favorite hotel that we stayed in. They used it to film a lot of movies, like No Country for Old Men was filmed there. Like there's like a famous scene where he's like walking up the steps to like a hotel room or something. Those are the steps. And then all of the rooms, and there was a lot of rooms, maybe like 300 rooms, like had a story posted outside of the door of either somebody that was local to the town or a famous person who had stayed there for some reason or had stayed in the nearby town. So my daughter and I like just like walked around reading all those signs. I really liked that hotel. We were there kind of early and there was no pool at this hotel, which was her downfall for the hotel. So we kind of just had game night that night in the hotel. I thought we would be able to do more of that. I brought like a bunch of like card games and stuff. I think we did it like twice because we were just busy the whole time. And we got dinner there in the hotel. I was very excited about eating a lot of green chili in New Mexico, and the green chili was too spicy for me. It was very sad. I don't know if I've just lost, I don't know, tolerance, but I had it like 3 times, and every time I was like, "Oh, I can't really eat that much of this. It's too spicy." So that day we drove 343 miles, and we only walked 4,545 steps. So we were mostly driving that day.
That was a lot of miles.
Yeah.
Okay. Monday, July 27th?
So it was Monday, so nothing in this town was open. So, and our hotel did not have breakfast. So we got Pop Tarts at the gas station. And then we went to Pecos National Historical Park. So we were actually, I think we were a little off of Route 66. This was like what they consider to be like a side trip, but we love national parks. So this is like a historical park, not like an official national park. But it was like ruins of like a civilization of like 3,000 people who had lived there like in a pueblo. And it was really cool. Like, it was, I think, like a 1 mile hike to walk all around the ruins. A lot of them you could walk like right in them. There was an old church, and then there would be like a picture of what it looked like when it was like built too next to it. And you could go down in a kiva where they had like their ceremonies. They had one that was just open. You could just climb down the ladder and go in it. That was really cool. And my daughter loved looking for there were lizards crawling all over. And we also saw a giant bug that did a handstand, which was very weird. And like one of the things that you're just like, I'm never gonna forget this. Like, we're just like, look at that. It was so big. It was like huge and round, like maybe kind of like a beetle, but we were like looking at it and it just like stood on its head. Like, that must be its defense mechanism. We left it alone, so it worked.
Yeah, it just stuns the observers.
Yeah. So that was really cool. When we got there, there was like a whole we actually it said it was open at 8, so we tried to get there right at 8. And we were a little late, which was fine because the park opened at 8, but the visitor center didn't open until 8:30. And we have our passport books that we like to get stamped everywhere. And there was like a line of people waiting to get in. And the park ranger told us that they have 4 fishing spots on the river in this park. And you have to like sign up in advance. And those are the only people that can fish there that whole day, and they're very sought after. So we were standing in line with a lot of very excited fishermen. And they thought we were fishermen too. So they were like, "Oh, you're not fishing?" We're like, "No, we're not fishing." So there's also we kind of tried to find it, but this town was also like part of the Civil War, which we did not realize even that the Civil War fighting was happening in New Mexico. So
Me
that was
either.
interesting. We tried to find it, but it was just like a historical marker on the side of the road, unless we missed something. And
I'm gonna
then
have to Google that because I'm like,
yeah,
what side? Why?
yeah,
What side?
that was cool. It was interesting.
Mhm.
And then we went into Santa Fe, which that was a really pretty drive into Santa Fe. I really love Santa Fe. Another place I would love to go back to. It was so hot again that we didn't do all the stuff that I wanted to do. We went to the visitor center first, and he kind of like gave us like a overview of like what we could do. We went to the Capitol so I could get my photo. They have a cool Capitol building there. It's in the shape of a circle, and it's basically like a museum inside, like an art museum. So we like did one loop of one of the floors. It was beautiful. And then we walked like into like the downtown area. We went to he said it was the oldest restaurant in Santa Fe. It was called the Plaza Cafe. It was really good, but my green chili was too spicy. And the waitress was horrified. She was like, "You didn't eat enough of this." I'm like, "It's fine. I did eat enough of it. Like, I'm full." She's like, "No, I'll bring you some without the green chili." I'm like, "No, it's fine. I'm full. I promise. I'll bring you more bread. It's fine. It's fine." She was really nice. And then we went to the Georgia O'Keeffe Museum, which I really loved. My daughter loved it too. They had like a thing where kids could like draw a picture and hang it up there, and she did that. I wanted to do like there was another like Palace of the Governors there along their plaza, but our daughter really was excited to go to Meow Wolf later. She was
Mhm.
not. She was just like, and it was so hot. So we had to give up on that. We did stop in a cathedral that had a miraculous staircase where like I guess the architect of the building like died and they didn't have a staircase to their choir loft because he hadn't put it in it yet. So the nuns all prayed about it. Like a mysterious man came and built the staircase and he didn't tell them who he was and he didn't ask them for any money and then he just left. And like the staircase is like built in a way that they're not exactly sure how he constructed it or something. So it was interesting.
Mm.
We tried to stop at the oldest house in Santa Fe. There's a sign on the door saying that the man was on a bathroom break, and neither my husband nor my daughter would wait for him to come back. So we went to Meow Wolf, where there were more tunnels. And I don't know if you've been to Meow Wolf. It's very hard to explain. It's very odd.
Only
Um,
seen pictures.
yeah, it's like an art installation, but there's like a storyline. And this one, like, that it was a family where the kid like disappeared and then the family figured out I think that he was like I don't know abducted by aliens or something. So like you were supposed to try to figure out what happened to the family or something. And our daughter was just like she was just sure she was going to figure this out, but like we didn't even understand what the clues were or what we were looking for. There was strange dancing mushroom people that had mushrooms for heads. Those were like live actors that just like danced through the place. And there's like hidden passages and there was a man who like talked like an animatronic who like gave all the children like a task to find 12 hamsters. So we were like searching for hamsters for a long time. Like I was just like one point I was like I just got to sit, and I like found like a quiet corner like with a bench, but then there was like a giant crow behind me that would like start cackling like every 15 minutes. I was like, so Meow Wolf is way too overstimulating for me, but for 10-year-olds it is very fun.
Sounds almost like a haunted house.
It was a little bit like a haunted house. Now there was nothing actually like scary, but some of the stuff was like spooky. There'll be like some of the rooms will have like TVs playing. It's just very overstimulating to me in particular, but she loved it. And I think she's like trying to figure out where there are more Meow. We've been to the one in Las Vegas, and I think she's trying to figure out if she can convince us to take her to Denver. There's also one there.
Mhm.
After that, we went to a place called Nuevo Michoacan, I think, where
Tehuacan
they
is it's a place in Mexico.
oh, okay. Yeah, and it
Mhm.
was paletas, which are like ice cream bars or popsicles. My husband just got like a lime popsicle, I think, and he was like, it just tastes like a popsicle that you would get at the grocery store. But my daughter and I got like, she got an Oreo and I got like a hazelnut, and they were delicious. Like, so good.
Mhm.
Like, way better than a grocery store thing. At this point, we were also playing a game that we played for a lot of the trip that I had bought her for one of her road trip surprises, which was called Road Rally, and it was cards, and you had to like try to find the things on your card. So it would be like an open convertible, like I don't know, a woman pushing a stroller, and she loved that game, and it entertained us for days. So that was a good purchase. We were staying in Albuquerque, and we got to stay in like a fancy old school motel again today. This one did have a pool. It was called Monterey Motel, and it was like redone to like be kind of like a boutique hotel. And we got a family suite. It wasn't that expensive. I think it was like $150, but it had two rooms. One room just had like a king size bed, and the other room had four double bunk beds in it.
Wow.
So that was, I'm pretty sure, my daughter's favorite hotel. My husband was joking that she was gonna have to sleep in all the beds, so he's gonna set an alarm and like wake her up every 2 hours so you can move to a new bed. But the bunk beds had like privacy curtains and like little cubbies to put your stuff. She was having a great time in there. We all swam in the pool. My husband should not have, because that was the only time he swam the whole trip. He got water in his ear that he dealt with the whole entire rest of the trip. For dinner, we went to a place called Sawhill Food Market, and I tried to get green chili again, but they were out, which I was also trying to get a Navajo taco. I've been trying to get a Navajo taco since we got to places where they sell them. And so I tried to get that and it was sold out. So then I tried to get the green chili and it was sold out. And I like ended up with food. I should have just left, but I felt compelled to order something because I was still in the line. So my food was not that great, but my husband got pizza that was good. My daughter got really good chicken. I actually ate a lot of her chicken. And then on the way out, they had a European pastry place. I was like, I really kind of want a pastry. And my husband and the man who owned the pastries like came over and was like, do you have any questions? And my husband was like, she really wants a pastry. So he like did like a deep dive in the pastries for me. So then I picked a pastry and it was $18.
What?
My husband went to pay for it. I didn't even realize that it was $18. And then we forgot it in the car when we got out of the car. So I was like, oh no, I just ruined an $18 pastry. It was really good. I don't know if it was $18 good, but it was like chocolate strawberry with raspberries on top. It was delicious, but I don't know if it was $18 delicious.
No.
Um, that day we drove 139 miles and we walked 14,000 steps. The steps are my husband's steps, not mine. I did not walk 14,000 steps. He followed our daughter around Meow while I sat on the bench. And then we did walk a lot in Santa Fe, but I bet a lot of those steps are Meow Wolf. It's back and forth through the rooms.
Looking for hamsters.
Looking for hamsters.
All right. So the next day was Tuesday, July 28th.
Yes. So we went and got breakfast this day at a coffee shop called Caps. This was like a really fun drive, like through the desert once we left Albuquerque. It was like away from the freeway. A lot of times we were paralleling the freeway, but this one was like away. There was like a famous rock along the way that like people would like, in 1926 or whatever, be like, okay, you found Owl Rock, like you're on the right road or whatever. We stopped at the Continental Divine. I was collecting stickers for my water bottle and I was collecting one from each state and I didn't have a New Mexico one yet. So we stopped at the El Rancho Hotel because they also had a gift shop. And this hotel, I was like so sad that we couldn't stay there. I did for a second. It was only like 1:30. I was like, could we just let's just call it. I really want to stay at this hotel. It was so cool. That place I did say to my husband, do not be surprised if we come back to this town for our anniversary. As
Mhm.
I was like, oh my gosh, I want to stay in this hotel so badly. It looked so cool. But he was like, no, it's too early. So we kept going and we got to the Petrified Forest National Park and we had like the best afternoon slash evening at the national park. It was like one of our favorites. It's a lot of the parks like you need to be there for a long time. This one you could like do the whole park in the afternoon evening and feel like you pretty much saw it all. The visitor center was closed. They used to have an old restaurant there that they've turned into just like a gift shop kind of place that they were using as their visitor center with the stamps, and like there was a park ranger there who like told us which hikes to do. And it was cool enough by this time, probably not at that time, but like by the time we were leaving, that it was like kind of pleasant to be outside. It was also a little bit stormy, like we could see storms in the distance. And that was a little bit concerning because we were like, it's like a deserty kind of place. And at one point, like my hair got all staticky, and my husband was like, "Oh, I think we better go back to the car." But of course, we were like out on a hike. But we love that national park. The first part was like beautiful, like desert kind of stuff. And then the petrified wood shows up and it's just like everywhere. Like you can't even fathom how there could be this much petrified wood. Like it's crazy. There was also hundreds of petroglyphs that you could see like on the rocks. It was really cool. So we spent most of the evening there. This national park also, most national parks are just like open all the time, but this one closed and we didn't realize that. So the gates close at 5, they told us. And then if you're already in the park, you can stay in the park, but you have to be leaving by 7:30. The time also changed on this day, thank goodness, because we wouldn't have been able to see it all if we had not had the time change and it was actually an hour earlier. We got an
You
extra bonus hour.
you gained an hour by going west.
Yeah. So while we were there, we were going to end up in the town of Hallbrook, which has the Wigwam hotels. And I was like, I really want to stay in the Wigwam hotel. So I called them just to see if maybe they would have a cancellation. And they did have one open room, but it only had one queen bed. And they didn't have like any kind of options. And I was like, could we all sleep in a queen size bed? No. So I was sad about that. I was like, 2 hotels today that I didn't get to go to. But then we stopped at an Italian restaurant for dinner, just like whatever we drove by. And then we went to the Best Western in Hallbrook and went to the pool. And we were going to be at the Grand Canyon the next day. We thought we would get to the Grand Canyon. So my husband started looking it up and he found a hotel at the Grand Canyon, which we were shocked by. We assumed that that would just be totally booked up and we would just have to go for the day. We were actually thinking about taking the train, but we were like, well, let's just stay at the Grand Canyon. That sounds amazing. So he booked that. And then while he was doing that, I was like, there's 2 Wigwam hotels, one in Arizona, one in California. I was like, let me just look at the California one. And they had a room available at the time where I thought we could maybe do it. So we booked both those hotels in the end. And then, so for the past few days, my husband had been trying to figure out Amazon had charged us a second time for our Prime membership. So we like paid in April and then they just charged us again. And he had been like submitting like this is a fraudulent charge, like we already paid this, whatever. And they were like saying no, it's not. So on this night, he finally got them on the phone. And after a lot of back and forth, we figured out that someone had stolen our credit card and just bought, from what we could tell, one Amazon Prime membership. And part of the miscommunication was that she eventually admitted to us that the person who did this, his first name was Kelly. And so she kept saying the person's name starts with a K and ends with a Y. And then my husband would be like, well, that's my wife. Her name is Kimberly, but she didn't do it. But
Well, what a coincidence, though.
I know, it just had the same letters. So there was like all this back and forth. So then we had to cancel the credit card, like, and he brought, so the main credit, it was like the main credit card that we normally just use, one credit card, but we also have the Disney Visa, and he brought the Disney Visa with so that we could use it at Disneyland for like a discount and for like whatever. I did not bring my Disney Visa with. So for the rest of the trip, I couldn't really buy anything. We have a local bank that I did use a few times, my bank card, but our local bank is really famous for not letting us buy things when we're on vacation because it thinks it's fraud. So I pretty much just, I was like joking like I was like a 1960s housewife and then asked my husband for permission to buy anything everywhere we went. He had to buy everything. So that was really annoying. And he was like, it must have just been somebody that took our card that we didn't notice, like on the trip, because it happened while we were on the trip that they bought the Amazon Prime membership. So that
Yeah,
was
and
not great.
it's one of the reasons that I think it's weird that in the United States, they take your card at a restaurant,
Yes, I
because
know.
in other countries, they don't do that. Like, they do it at the
Yeah.
table.
This is why, because then you get, and we were like, well, it's really weird that, but I guess if you're like trying to be a smart thief, right? You just like steal one card, you just steal one thing from a card, like you're probably not going to get caught. And
Mhm.
then, but well, she probably doesn't have I'm sure Amazon canceled her membership, so I hope I don't know, or he, I guess Kelly is a general name, I don't know. All right, so that was day 12. We drove 288 miles and we walked 12,268 steps.
Okay. So now it is Wednesday, July 29th, getting close to the Grand Canyon.
We are getting close. Yes. So we did take some photos at their Wigwam hotel. We went to a place called the Jackrabbit Trading Post. They have like a famous sign most people have said that says here it is and there's like a rabbit on it. There's like a caricature of it in the Cars movie with like a tractor instead of a rabbit. Our daughter got a pocket knife. She was very excited that she was old enough to get a pocket knife. We went to Winslow, Arizona. We stood on the corner. They have like a whole bunch of photo ops and like things. We got some Italian sodas there. And then the rest of the day, we just kept doing side trips off of Route 66. So first we went to the Meteor Crater in Arizona, which is a giant hole made by a made by a meteor. That was cool. It had a ride. It had like a 4D ride where you like, I don't know, fly up into space and see the meteor crater from above, and then like a guided like short like walk out into the crater. That was cool. We loved it. Then we went to Walnut Canyon National Monument, which is part of the National Park Service. We ended up on like a non-maintained road to get there because there is a town in Arizona called Winona, which is the name of the college that my husband and I went to. And so we were like, well, we have to drive through Winona to get like a photo with like their welcome to Winona sign. But it was such a small town, they didn't even have one. So there was nothing. But then when our phone rerouted us, it took us on this like crazy, like gravel, like not maintained road. But we made it. The canyon was really cool. It was cliff dwellings. It was 736 steps. So, and it was really hot out like every day, but it was pretty. There was a lot of breeze, so didn't feel quite as bad. But you could walk in these cliff dwellings when you got down there, and then there on the other side of the canyon, you could see other cliff dwellings too that were just like built into the canyon.
Mhm.
It was really cool. It was one of our favorite parts. And like with my bad feet, like those steps going back up, like it was rough. But I was just like sent my husband and I was like, you guys go ahead and I'll just take my time. And my daughter, it was really sweet. My daughter like came out to look for me at the end, and I was like almost to the top, and she's like hyping me up. You can do it, mom. And then she like came down the last flight of steps and walked back up with me. It was really sweet. So after we were starving, it was really, we never ate lunch at any normal time. We were starving. We drove into Flagstaff. We were trying to go to this diner that was in our app and it was closed when we got there. So that was sad. We ended up at a place called Habit Burger Grill, which is I think just like a local like burger kind of McDonald's-ish kind of chain, but it was really good and the man there was super nice to us. Like he saw us like staring weirdly at the self-checkout thing that you have to use at, at fast food restaurants now and was like, I'll just take your order here. So that was nice. We liked that. Then we drove to the Grand Canyon. It was like kind of a long drive. And we were staying at the Thunderbird Lodge. There was no parking, so that was weird. My husband dropped my daughter and I off with the bags, and he just like had to like drive around the parking lot for ages until he could find parking. That was a little weird that they don't like have some designated parking for the people who are staying in the hotel. And then we just hopped on the shuttle bus. I think we weren't there long enough to like get the feel of it. We had been to the Grand Canyon before, my husband and I, in the year 2000, but like I felt like I barely remembered it. I don't know that we were actually in all of the same places both times. But we hopped on the shuttle bus with like 8 million people, and I think they were all going to like the best spot for the sunset maybe. And so we just let them all get off and we just kept going and we watched the sunset with like four other people. And I mean, I suppose their place was maybe a little bit better, but like ours was good.
Mhm.
So that worked out. I think we stopped maybe like 3 times on the bus. And then we got back on and took it back to like where our hotel was. And we walked to, there was like a pizza place that was open later. And we got pizza, it was really good, and ice cream. And then we walked back to our hotel. It's a dark, the Grand Canyon is a dark sky park. So the lights are really low everywhere. There's hardly any lights. So you can see the stars better, which is great for seeing the stars and makes it a little bit tricky to walk back to your hotel in the night. But it was very cool. And then we like walked along the rim of the canyon for a little bit. And like the picture that I like took of just the canyon, it was a full moon, just the canyon lit by just the moon is very cool. So that was nice. We drove 206 miles this day and we walked 10,937 steps. So now we're on day 14, Thursday, July 30th.
Yeah,
My
but I
husband,
wanted I wanted to check in with you because I was just
yeah,
going back to the beginning because I'm like, you've been gone for a long time at this point
yes,
already. Like,
yes. And we still
12.
have like a whole vacation's worth
Yes.
of vacation ahead of us. Yeah.
And so I'm just wondering, like, energy wise, how you balance that because every day has things you have to do.
Yeah. I mean, I think I could like be a full-time traveler person. Like I didn't have any trouble. I love to travel. And I feel like 3 weeks is a long time, but it's not like, I did like I remember like day 2, like the first full day on Route 66, I was like, there's no way I can keep up this level of energy for this whole entire trip because like it was like I was like this is the best day. But I really felt like almost every day was like the best day. I really did. I felt like my husband was not quite like, and he was doing all the driving too. But he was definitely ready to come home. He was like doing this long trip for me. He's more of a shorter trip person. And our daughter, she did get a little homesick every once in a while, missing her siblings and the dog. But for the most part, we did great. Yeah.
All right. And are we on Wednesday, July 29th now?
We're on
Or on
Thursday, July
Thursday?
30th.
Okay.
Yes. So my husband and I got up early and watched the sunrise right next to all of our friends that had
Hmm.
plenty of space to stand other places. Our daughter was like, "I'm too tired. I'll be too crabby. I don't want to go." So we just let her stay in the hotel room for a little bit. But that was lovely, and we actually watched the sunrise. I think it was like 5:25 or something, and then we went back and slept for another hour or two. And then we got up and we had breakfast at their one of their historic lodges called El Tovar in their dining room, and that was delicious. That was like our favorite breakfast. I had like a pistachio waffle. My daughter had an acai bowl, and my husband had like cornflake French toast. It was delicious. And then I said to my husband, maybe after we go to all the national parks, we should stay in all the national park lodges. He was like, maybe. So we'll see. And then we got back on the show, or we packed up and we drove part of the park. There was like a canyon wall that was like to the right of us. And we were like, well, what does it look like on the other side of this canyon wall that we can't see over? So we drove to the other visitor center and got back on the shuttle bus and went that direction. And we were gonna do a little bit of a hike that was called Ooh Ah Point that like goes down into the canyon. It was once again very hot, so we didn't think we could do all of it. But my daughter was very into this hike, and it was like really steep switchbacks at the start. And she was like, no, she kept saying, I want to go further, I want to go further. And so we ended up doing all the switchbacks, and then we like started the long trail out to the point, and I was like, okay, this trail is still not flat. Like I was hoping that once we did the switchbacks, it would be flat. I was like, I can't go all the way down and then come all the way back up still. So I stopped and turned around, and my husband and daughter kept going for a while. And I actually was like, this was the best hike of the trip because I was not worried about like being too slow for them because I was now ahead of them.
Mhm.
And I just like went very slowly back up, like my feet didn't hurt. It was so beautiful. I would go like one switch back, I would stop, turn around, like look at how beautiful the canyon was, and there were condors flying above us. It was like it was one of the best moments of the trip. And then I was like, I'll get to the top. Like this whole time I'm like trying to keep up on like my notes and my journaling and my like hourly Instagram. I kept like joking about all my administrative tasks I had to do. I was like, I'll get back to the top and I'll have all this time to like catch up. And then they got to the top like really like almost after me. I like found a rock to sit on, turn around, and I was like, oh, I can see them. There they are. So I did not get to catch up on anything, but I did have it was a good hike. So we went back, we went to take one last look at the canyon from the visitor center, and then we started driving again. This day, I remember we were having a lot of trouble like figuring out the timing because my daughter really wanted to do this animal sanctuary that they had in Arizona, and the timing wasn't working out. We were too late. We weren't going to get there in time to go on this day. And there were not it was a tiny town. There were no hotels in the town. So we were trying to figure out if it made sense to like go past it and then come back or stop before it. There was not a lot of good options. So we ended up s- this part we a bunch of times we would like miss our turn because it was hard to keep track of like where we are in the road, and I would get distracted and my husband would just stay on the same road. Like I would be like, okay, in 10 miles we have to turn, and then if I wasn't paying attention, he wasn't either. So I was really sad about this one though. I remember I was like, I remember this one's supposed to be really cool. And he was like, we could turn around, but it was like so far. We were on the freeway at this point. It was like so far to go back. I was like, no, it feels silly to go back. So we went to the town of Seligman, which is like, I think one of the towns where they research for cars too. There's a place we got ice cream at called Delgadillo's Snowcap, where they're like kind of silly. Like they tried to give us straw instead of actual straws. But it was really crowded. There was like a whole group of girls from some kind of girls club there. So they were like kind of stressed. But it's like it was a cool place. So we got ice cream there, and then we went to their visitor center. There's the man, he still lives there. I think they said he was 99. He had a barber shop there, and he is the first person who tried to like make Route 66 like a historic kind of thing. Like he set up the first historical like society or whatever to like help preserve Route 66. So he's called like the father of Route 66, and he had a barber shop. So his barber shop is like a museum and a visitor center. So we went there. And then we stayed in the town of Peach Springs at a place that I think was called Wallapai. I think I might be pronouncing that wrong. Wallapai Lodge, which was on the Native American reservation. And it was a nice hotel. We got there early because of our timing issues. So we did laundry and then we had dinner in their hotel, which was the dinner was really good, but they had just had a monsoon and everywhere was covered in flies.
Mm.
Like that whole day, like from the Grand Canyon down, there were flies everywhere. And the lady actually took money off of our bill because the flies were so bad and she felt bad for us. It was not great. And then my husband went out to clean the car and he came back in and he was like, "Well, do you want the good news or the bad news?" And I was like, "Start with the bad news." He's like, "Well, there's like 500 flies in the car now, but the good news is it's clean." So I guess they said, like, the monsoon's coming and the flies come and there's really nothing they can do about it. So that was not great.
They can't stick around for too long, at least, but still.
Yeah, yeah. And then we spent the night at the pool, which was nice. And then we drove 143 miles that day and we walked 14,150 steps. I didn't walk that much, but that's how much my husband walked. 'Cause he didn't
Somebody
walk
did.
that much. Yeah.
All right. So now we're at Friday, July 31st, getting close to California now.
Yes. We are almost there. So we had a gas station breakfast because we couldn't handle the flies again to eat at the breakfast at the hotel. And then we went to it was called the Keepers of the Wild Animal Sanctuary in Valentine. It was a really cool place. They just have only rescued animals that they've rescued mostly, I think, from like zoos or like people think they can, own a pet bear and then they realize they can't or whatever. And it was really hot. So it was kind of most of the animals were kind of sleeping, but my daughter really likes big cats. She got to see a panther. The bears were really active. There was like one bear like chilling in like a giant metal like bathtub thing, and the other bear tried to climb in with him, and he got mad and left. And then I guess they weren't over it because like we turned around later and like their enclosure was like on a big hill. They were standing at the top of the hill. They both stood up, started fighting, and rolled down the hill. That was cool. They had a talking bird that was, like, in a building, and you walk by, and the bird was like we're like, "Who is in there?" "Oh, it's a bird." It would say, like, "Pretty bird," and then I think it said, "Do you wanna be my friend?" That was funny. We were looking for, we wanted to buy, like, a painted map of the route to, like, put on our wall. And we never found one, but we stopped at a place called the Hackberry General Store because there's a man who was an artist on Route 66 in the 60s. I think his name is Bob. I can't remember if it's Bob Waldmeyer. And he owned this store at one time. And we were like, well, maybe he painted maps that they sell, but he didn't. That was another place where, like, we saw zero cars that whole day, that whole morning, like driving from Valentine to there. We did not see another car. And then we got to this like general store in the middle of nowhere and there was like 40 people there. Like, where did these people come from?
It's a mystery. But
I don't know.
the artist in Oklahoma that you went and saw that did the maps,
Yeah,
does
yeah.
he do art? Like that
Yeah,
you
so
could
we bought something there, but and I think it had a little bit, it had like the map like in the corner. We bought a painting of the one gas station we went to with like all the stickers all over it, but he didn't have just the map. We thought that he would, but he
Mhm.
didn't. So, yeah, somebody should get on that. People want to buy this, I guess.
Mhm.
At least we did. So then we went into the town of Kingman. They had a Route 66 museum there. I thought we would go to a lot more Route 66 museums than we did, but a lot of times the timing just didn't work out. But this one was really cool. They had an exhibit on the Dust Bowl. They had one about sundown towns, which my daughter had never heard about. And then they had like, some fun like neon stuff in there. And then they also had the bottom floor was like an electrical car museum, which was interesting. A lot of these places had just like random stuff. That museum, we actually got tickets with the one ticket you got entrance into three different museums. I think the one we didn't go to because we just didn't have enough time was like a Mojave museum, but they also had a historical home, and I'd only been to one historical home. So I was like, we gotta go to the historical home. And so it was called the Manelli House, and it was people who lived there in like, I think they lived there in like 1914 or something. Their original house burnt down, so they built this like kind of like fanciest mansionish kind of house. It wouldn't be a mansion today, but for them it was. And it just was like one guy in there like telling us about the family, and then he just let us wander through their house and look at look at all their stuff. Like I think their daughter or something lived there until like 1977 and then just donated it right to the historical society. So it was all their stuff still in the house for the most part. So
Hmm.
that was cool. I love a historical home. My two of my kids actually work for the historical society in our little town, and we have a historical home here. So it's like, oh, this is like their job. And then we did the drive that I was most looking forward to, which was the mountain pass into Oatman. It's called Sitgreaves Pass. Right before you get there, there's like a gift shop we stopped at called Cool Springs, and they say they're the real Radiator Springs. And it was just like a quirky lady, like in this place with once again, like a lot of photo ops. And she had a cat under her counter that she let the kids walk behind and look at, which my daughter loves cats. So that was fun. And I remember she said the road was 191 curbs and no guardrails. There were some guardrails, so I don't know exactly the accuracy of this, but there were not a lot of guardrails, and the ones that there were did not really seem like maybe they would be that helpful if you did if you were going off the edge. So it was pretty
She
accurate.
wanted it to sound scary.
She did, yeah, and it was a little bit scary. I was glad I wasn't driving it. I do like lean, like like I'm really helping you out here, like leaning over so the car doesn't dip off the edge of the cliff. We stopped once on the way. There's a little pool of water that in like 1930 people would use to cool off their cars engines after driving through this mountain pass. And I think there's a lot of times there's fish in it. People put like goldfish in there, but it was like 108 and the water was cloudy. And if there were goldfish in there, I hope someone took them out before it gets this hot. And they're only there when it's cooler. So then we got to Oatman, and Oatman is famous for having wandering burros that were brought there by like gold prospectors. We just missed the like gunfight in the street, so we didn't get to see that. We ate lunch at their hotel. My daughter and I were in line for the bathroom because we had to wash our hands because she pet a burro, and we didn't. He had like some trouble like getting a seat and was like, I don't like it here. But it was also the only place in town. So we ate lunch there. That town was really crowded. And once again, we were like, I think we saw two cars on the drive. Like how did they get here? Maybe you can get there and not drive that crazy mountain road. Maybe you can get there from a different way. And that's how they all got there. But that town was really crowded. So now after Oatman, we headed into California. This is the night that we had booked the Wigwam Motel, which in retrospect, I don't know if it was worth the long drive that we then had to do through the California desert. So we got into California. Jerry, the man who wrote the maps, had told us that what you're supposed to do is drive into Needles, California, take a right in 2 blocks, you're back in Arizona. You can get gas again because the gas is like $2 more in California than it is in Arizona. So we did that. And then it was just like the longest drive of the trip. And it was getting later and later. And we didn't do a good job of like, eventually we had to like, we just have to take the freeway. We have to get off of Route 66. But we should have done that sooner and then like use the time to like drive through like some of the small towns, or like I would have liked to do the mountain pass in California on the actual Route 66 instead of the freeway. We drove by something called Amboy Crater. This was the hottest it got. It was 118 degrees.
Wow.
And the road was under construction. And so that part was a little bit actually terrifying because once again, there were no cars anywhere. And I was like, if we like break down on these, like, because we were like kind of off-roading onto these like separate roads they had built because of the road construction. I was like, we're gonna Like, this is not gonna be great. But it was fine. We got through there just fine. We stopped one time at a place called Elmer's Bottle Tree Ranch, where this man just made a whole bunch of trees out of like empty soda bottles. It was cool, but it was late and nobody was around and it was kind of creepy. Like the wind is like making noises and it was a little bit creepy, but it was cool. And then we got to our finally got to our hotel. We were all very tired of the car, so we walked to the nearest restaurant, which was Church's Texas Chicken, which was a fast food restaurant. It was fine. And then we walked to the Walgreens next door and we got some ice cream and we took it back to our wigwam and we watched The Office and ice cream the office night. This day we drove 363 miles and we did 6,833 steps.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, so now we're at Saturday, August 1st, I think.
Yes, day 16. We hadn't been able to swim the night before because we got there too late. The pool was open sunrise to sunset, and my daughter really wanted to swim at the wigwams. And the first place we wanted to go to today wasn't open till 10. So we got up at like 8 and swam first thing in the morning. And then the first place we went was the McDonald's Museum. We had to backtrack, not that far, but through San Bernardino to get there. And we thought it was like, I knew it was a museum on the site of the first McDonald's. Two of my kids work at McDonald's. And so we thought it was like a McDonald's museum. It was going to be like the history of McDonald's, but it was actually just some random guy bought the site of the first McDonald's and then just collected McDonald's memorabilia and put it in there. So it was like case after case of like every Happy Meal toy and like every packaging. It was a little bit weird, but it was kind of fun to see how the like packaging from like I don't know 1987 or whatever. Like they had like high chairs too that I was like, oh, I remember like buckling my nieces into these high chairs when I was a teenager. I was like, it was kind of funny. So now we are in California and we are planning to get to the end today. So I looked and it was like a 2 hour and 20-minute drive on the freeway, but we were taking Route 66, which was not on the freeway. So I was like, it'll probably take an extra hour. No, it took literally all day. We stopped one time at a place where they had some of the original pavement from like the very first place, like just off to the side of the road, like in a little, like it was like a 5-minute stop. We saw our last muffler man, which was one that had a chicken for a head. So that was exciting. But otherwise, it was just stop and go traffic the whole day. It was it was kind of brutal. And there was never any place where we felt like we could like I mean, and also it was like the very end. It was like, we can't just give up and drive on the freeway now. Like we've already put in all this time. But it took all day. So we left the McDonald's museum at 10:30. And originally we were like, oh, we're gonna stop at the like Hollywood Walk of Fame, and then we're gonna go to this diner that's at the end of the route, and then we'll go to the pier and we'll swim, and then we'll go to our hotel. Well, after a while it was like, yeah, we definitely can't stop at the Hollywood Walk of Fame. Like, we don't have time. Then I was like, we're gonna have to. There's a shop at the pier that closes at 4 where you can get like a completion certificate. And I was like, yeah, we can't. We're gonna have to go to the diner after. And we finally got to the pier at like 3:20. So it took 5 hours to drive that road.
Instead of
And
two.
then and then there was no parking at all. So luckily it said the lot was full, but they were still like letting you drive into it. And we just drove in and someone was leaving and we
Mm.
got a spot right there. But we thought, I was like, this is gonna be so sad. Like my husband was gonna drop my daughter and I off so we could go get the completion certificate, but like we did the whole thing together and now we're gonna have to just like he's not even gonna be there. Like that's lame. But we made it and we found the completion certificate like shack. It has like a little sign that says end of the route. And there was a man there like buying a postcard. And then The man in the shop, like, like gave us a fist bump. It's $11 for the completion certificate, which is literally just a piece of paper. And we bought that, and then the like man is like still standing there. He'd like stamped his postcard and was waiting for it to dry. And we're like, "Oh, how did you do?" And he was like, I walked." He walked the whole way and hitchhiked. And I was just thinking like my daughter was like over this day. Like she was not in the mood for me to stand and talk to this random man, but like how did he make it through the desert?
Ex Yes, it was scary enough by car.
I know. I was like, we barely made it through in an air conditioned car. Like, how did you do it? I mean, clearly he must have hitchhiked that part. Like, he could not have walked in 118 degrees. But yeah, that was insane. He's like, no, I walked the whole way. So that was crazy. He
That
said
is
it took him.
crazy.
He said it took him 6 weeks. I was like, man, I was feeling pretty proud of myself, but I don't know if I feel as proud anymore. But he was nice. He was like, no, you should be proud. So we got our certificate, and then there's like a sign there too that we had somebody take our picture with the sign. There was like a million people lined up for that sign. I'm sure none of them actually like drove Route 66. I don't know why everybody wants their picture with that sign, but it was a line to get our
You're
picture with
like
there.
you were like, "You didn't earn it."
I know, like we should get a fast pass for this line because we actually
Mhm.
drove it.
Mhm.
And then I had promised my daughter that we could do the roller coaster at the pier when we got there. So it was $14 a person to just ride the roller coaster. And it was a really long line. My husband is not so big on rides, so he didn't want to do it. He got a churro instead. Also, we had eaten nothing except for like Pop Tarts or whatever, like donuts or whatever we got at the gas station that morning. So we were like starving. So we got in line. The roller coaster was fun. It was Route 66 themed. There was like Route
Mhm.
66 like historic gas pumps at the top. It was really short, so they let you go around 2 times. So we did that, and then we were planning to swim in the ocean, but like we were all starving and we were like, well, should we so then we decided let's just wait and swim tomorrow because we had a free day before Disney. Let's wait, we'll swim tomorrow and we'll just go eat at the diner because we're starving and like fair food didn't sound that good. So we walked to the end of the pier first and then we drove to the diner, which is like all about being there. The diner is at the corner, which is the official end of Route 66, and they were all about it. They had like a Route 66 themed fish tank. They had a bell you could ring if you had just completed it. And they had a completion certificate too. So we got 2 completion certificates. And the food was really good there, but it was really expensive. Like it was more expensive than the fancy steakhouse that we went to in Oklahoma. So
That's how they get you, those tourist traps.
no, I know. And we did, my daughter and I got milkshakes. And my food was really good there. I got like a short rib grilled cheese. It was delicious.
That sounds
But yeah,
good.
it was good. And then we drove to the Hollywood Walk of Fame. We've been to LA before, but we had never done this part, and my husband hated it. He absolutely hated it. It was really crowded. My daughter really like searching for the names of people that she recognized, which most she didn't. Like most of these people, most I didn't recognize the names of the people and the stars, but she thought it was really cool. So we just kind of like walked around there, and then it said like on the internet, oh, you can get a picture with the Hollywood sign here. So in the mall nearby. So we went and did that, but it's like so far away you can't even tell in the photo that it is the Hollywood sign. I was expecting because of like I don't know, the hype around it. Like there's signs everywhere too, like Hollywood sign. I was expecting it to be close, but it was far away. They had a Netflix store there that my daughter really liked that had people that she recognized, and they had like some clothes from like different shows. She really liked that. And then we went to our hotel, which was a Best Western in I think Glendale, and
Mhm.
we went to the pool. We drove 186 miles that day. Took 5 hours. And we walked 8,816 steps.
Okay.
And we did it.
Well, yes, you did it. You did Route 66. So that's
Yeah.
the big first part of the trip. And
Yes.
then next is the Disneyland part of the
Yes.
trip. So the next day was Sunday, August 2nd, and you were going to your hotel at Disneyland.
Yes, so we started with our hotel breakfast, and then we went on the Warner Brothers studio tour, which was
Mhm.
really fun. Have you done that before?
Yes.
It was fun. We got like it starts with like a tour around the sets and they like tell you like which movie everything is from. We got a picture with the gazebo from the Gilmore Girls TV show. He like let us he our tour guide used to be, I can't remember what job he said he did, but he was some sort of crew for film sets, and I think he like literally like worked there as like a crew person. So at one point he just like let us walk through a random building that I don't think we were supposed to go in, but that was cool.
The issue
And
with
then
doing this tour is that you will start noticing the facades in shows and movies that you see.
yeah, yeah,
Because it's like, "Hey, I was there. I recognize that."
yeah. And then we got to go on the set of the TV show Shrinking, which was really cool. They wouldn't let
That's
us
really
take
cool.
photos inside there, but my husband and I both love that show. And
Mhm.
I think it must be from like the newest, like they're filming the new season or whatever. So there were sets in there that we recognized, but then there were some that we did not. So it was like, oh, we got like a spoiler for the new
Mhm.
season of the show. So I'm really excited. I'm really excited to watch that next season and like be like, oh, we were standing right there too. I
Mhm.
was like joking with my daughter the whole trip, like, we held the same handrail as Abraham Lincoln. We walked on the same floor as like Tom Cruise and Rob Lowe when we were like in the outsiders. And I was like, no, I stood on the same floor as Harrison Ford. She's like, Mom, stop. And then so we saw the shrinking set, and then he dropped us off at a place that looked like Central Perk from Friends, but was a Starbucks. And then we did some photo ops with the Friends like couch. And we saw the first tour guide, he also took us to the Friends fountain too and took photos with us there. And then the Big Bang Theory set. And then our daughter did like a thing where she like was riding a broomstick, like a green screen kind of thing, but she didn't want the photo. She was like, "No, it's just the experience." And the photo was $28. I don't understand, like I said to my husband like, if it was $15, I would have bought it. Like I feel like more people would just buy it if it was $15 and they would make more money than $28 where you're like, "I don't know if I can justify $28 for one photo."
Yeah, that
If she had loved it, I would have bought it, but she was like, "No, it's fine." Then we had to get back on the shuttle, and then they drove us to another building where there was like superhero stuff and then Harry Potter stuff, which we're big Harry Potter fans. So that was fun. We got like sorted into our houses. We stopped at lunch for Del Taco for lunch. We'd never been there. It was fine. And then we went to Seal Beach because we still hadn't swam in the ocean. And she really wanted to swim at the ocean. It was not great. It was very dirty, like really gross. And I think like a local person was like standing next to me at one point and was like, I don't know why it's like this. It's not like this. Cause we like Googled like which beach should we go to
Mhm.
like with the kid. And that was the one it told us to go to. But the like undertow or whatever was like terrible. Like, I was afraid. Fell twice. The first time the wave hit my daughter, she fell, and I was like, "Oh, no." Like, I don't know if she's a strong enough swimmer to get back up, and I don't know if I'm a strong enough swimmer to catch her. There were lifeguards, but she did get back up, and I tried twice to go in the water with her and was taken out by a wave both times and was like, "I can't do it, man. I'm just gonna hurt myself." And so we spent, like, maybe 30 minutes there and we were like, we're done." And then of course we were like covered in sand and wet and I was like, this was like not, I don't think we're like ocean beach people. My husband definitely isn't. He wouldn't even go in the water. He dropped us at the parking and the parking was also a nightmare. So he dropped us. We changed and went to the beach before he found parking and got back to us. So he probably spent 10 minutes on that beach by the time it was all
I
done.
think there's different kinds of beaches too. Like we drove the
Yeah.
entire coast of California a couple years ago, and so we were literally all in the water the whole time.
Yeah.
And it's still I think it's more fun to look at it than it is to go in it.
Yes.
But
Yeah.
like, Caribbean beaches are different. So you can like
Yeah.
some beaches, but not others, I guess.
Yeah, so this one was not for us. So then finally we are going to Disney. So it was kind of a drive. I feel like it was like over an hour drive to get to Disney to our hotel, and we were staying at the Desert Inn and Suites for
Mhm.
3 nights. We were all very excited about not having to pack up our stuff again. So we just like dropped our stuff and we were like excited. So we went like right to downtown Disney. We went to Salt and Straw and got ice cream. They have some like really weird flavors. We none of us were brave enough to try any of the really weird
Oh,
flavors. But
they're all so good.
yeah, are they all good? So I
Yes.
tried like I tried a rhubarb one that had like anise in it or something. That was not for me. And then I tried the strawberry black pepper one, which was good, but it was a little bit too sour. So I ended up with wild foraged berry pie, which was delicious. And then my daughter got like a caramel, and my husband got like snickerdoodle or something. That was really good. At this point, my daughter realized that she was kind of close enough in her souvenir money to build a droid if she stepped up her game a little bit. So she literally started asking for photos of absolutely everything because she was like, and then we'd like take a photo and she'd be like, let's also take a selfie. It was really cute. And she wouldn't like, I mean, obviously we knew what she was doing and she knew we knew what she was doing, but she was still like, Mom, will you take, she was like just pretending like, Mom, I really want a picture with this. Isn't this cool, Mom? And then my husband like got in on it too. And he was like, oh man, this is a cool photo. We're like, do you want your picture with this trash can? She's like, yes, I do. Like it was really silly, but really fun. So she was pretty close to having enough money. And we were doing downtown Disney first and then Disneyland. So she was like, I think I can do it. So that was fun. We went to the Lego store. I had been randomly texting our son like pictures of Pokemon occasionally that we just like saw randomly, and I'd be like, "Oh, I caught another Pokemon. Here it
Mhm.
is." And I sent him a picture of a Lego Pokemon, and he was like, "Oh, that's so cool. I really want the new whatever Pokemon it is." And his birthday was 2 days after we got home, so we were like, "Well, we better buy this Pokemon for him."
Mhm.
He said or this Lego. But then I had to be really careful of what photos I was posting because he could see them. I was like, he's
Mhm.
gonna know we bought it if he sees the photo with us with the Lego bag. So I'm like trying to hide the Lego bag all the time in the photos.
But after that initial, like, Target run that wasn't good, I'm glad you did get a couple things.
Yes, yes. And he has since gotten more of those cards too, like they came out or whatever. Yeah. I don't really understand. Like there's a lot of like there's a lot involved in this
It's
Pokemon card
it's a
thing.
whole subculture.
Yeah. My husband got a deep fried Hawaiian roll from like the corn dog castle, I think, or something. That was delicious. I'm not really an icing person, but I liked it too. Sadie wanted pretzels for dinner again. She really likes the Mickey pretzel, but we didn't see that at Downtown Disney, but she got Wetzel's pretzels. My husband was very annoyed that the Wetzel's pretzels cost more than the giant Pim's Test Kitchen pretzel that we got the
Yeah,
next
that's like
day.
mhm.
Yeah. He's like, I can't believe this costs more. And then we were just kind of just like wandering around. We went into the Grand Californian. We'd never been in there. And then I remembered that what I actually really wanted was to try the Pog Dole Whip that they have at
Mhm.
the Disneyland Hotel. So then we walked over there. We got in the wrong line. I think we were in like the Trader Sam's line, not the ice cream line.
Mhm.
But he directed us to the right line. And I think that was my favorite Dole Whip, actually. I do still really like the pineapple, like with the vanilla soft serve combo. That might be my actual favorite, but this was second for sure. It was really good. So we ate that. Then we went back to Disneyland or to Downtown Disney. We bought some toffee. My daughter and I love the Disneyland toffee that's like covered in almonds. And then we bought t-shirts to wear to Disneyland. We didn't really find anywhere we wanted to eat dinner, and our daughter had eaten the pretzels, and that was her dinner. So we went back to the room and got her settled, and then there was a Denny's like right next to our hotel, so we just went there. My husband worked at Denny's when he was in college. He was like telling me like we weren't allowed to have a serving tray out in the dining room. But they sat us at a table in which the light was so uncomfortably bright that my husband was like, I think we're at an interrogation room.
Mhm.
And when the waitress came over, he was like, can we actually move to the next table over? Like, And he's not like he'll just be uncomfortable as opposed to like inconveniencing anyone. So like it was bad. And so she like let us move, but then they just like immediately sat another person there after they cleaned the table. And then those people were like, this light is too bright. And then it wasn't the same waitress, it was somebody else. And he just unscrewed the light bulb. So they just stayed in like the
The
dark.
dark.
And also like the restaurant was not full. Like there was it was like 9 p.m. Like there was plenty of places to sit in the restaurant. I don't know why they kept sitting people at this table that was like clearly uncomfortable for everyone,
Feels like
but
a joke, like a prank.
yeah, whatever. So we ate there and then we went back to the room and collected our daughter, and our hotel had like fireworks viewing on the roof. So we went up to the roof and watched the fireworks, which was fun. I wasn't expecting that at all. And they didn't even we just like saw it on a sign somewhere, like fireworks viewing this way. So we went up and watched
Yeah.
that. That was
I
fun.
had to remind myself where your hotel was. It is really close to Disneyland,
Yes,
right
yes,
off
it's right
Harbor.
across the street. Yeah.
Yeah.
Basically
Yes.
no walking besides getting out of there, which was really
Yeah.
nice because my feet hurt by this time.
Yes. Yes.
So that day we drove 72 miles and we walked 14,726 steps.
All
Probably.
right.
So
The next day
now,
was
finally, we're getting to Disney.
exactly. Well, yeah, we had a little taste of Disneyland there.
Yes.
So Monday, August 3rd, your pre-trip, you said you had plans to go to California Adventure in the morning.
Yes. Yes. So our hotel had breakfast and it started at 7. So we got up and we went down to eat the breakfast, but it was like, it was really just a really continental breakfast. It was like
Mhm.
packaged pastries, like yogurt, and it was really crowded and there was like 2 tables. And we were like, this is not the way to start the day. We ate it that day, but we were like, we're not doing this again. we'll just we'll just figure it out in the park. So we ate our breakfast really quick and then we walked over to California Adventure. We were in line at 7:20. At 7:30 they started letting us in the park. And then we were going to rope drop in Credit Coaster. So we got in line for that and they dropped the rope at 7:55 and let us walk in. We were on in Credit Coaster at 8:04. My husband can't spin in any kind of directions. So a lot of rides are not for him. So he did not go on this ride, but my daughter and I did. It was her favorite ride last time we were at Disneyland. And what I noticed last time we went to Disneyland is like when you bring a kid, like, every time you go, it's like a whole new trip because you have, like, no idea. Like, maybe last time they loved thrill rides, and this time, for some reason, they like, when we went to Disney World when she was 6, and she loved every thrill ride, like, she'd go on it multiple times. And then when we went to Disneyland when she was 7, I was like, "Well, she'll love all the thrill rides again." And she liked some of them, but not all of them. And it was like, we couldn't really figure out either, like, why. Like, there's no way to tell which one that she would like. Like, there was nothing. It was just, like, random, like, well, she just decides she doesn't like this one for whatever reason. But she still really liked it. We had our Route 66 mouse ears and we were wearing Route 66 shirts. When the ride stopped, like I had taken my mouse ears off and put them in like the little bag they have there. And when the ride like slowed, like almost to a stop, I took them out and put them back on. But then when the ride stopped for real and the arms went up, they flew off my head into the track. So that was terrifying. But I just like grabbed a cast member really fast and he had the little grabber thing and he just grabbed them for me and no problem. But I was like,
He
okay.
was like, we do this all the time.
Yeah. Lesson learned. Don't put your mouse ears back on until the arm goes back up. And we thought that maybe our daughter would want to ride again. I can do rides, but I can't do them over and over. And so I was like, "You can go again, but I can't go again right away." Like, I barely had any breakfast. I I'm not ready to do that 2 times in a row. And she was like, "No, I feel like," she kept saying, like, she loved the thrill rides, but they gave her too much energy, she said. So then we went on Toy Story Mania. There was no wait. We walked right on. And she said that was a good ride to calm down. The aliens didn't work on Toy Story Mania. And then she really wanted to go on the Ferris wheel that, like, flings you into oblivion.
The swinging cars.
Yes, my husband won't go on that either. So he went and got himself a churro and he sat there and watched us. And My daughter said she loved that ride because she really liked trying to make her mom scream like a little girl. I just if there was something to hang on to, I think it would be fine, but you're just loose in that cat in that and you can't tell how far it's going to swing or when it's going to swing. It didn't like I thought it would eventually just like have us go in a circle, like a full circle, but I don't think it does. I think it just lets people on and off, and then you get back off again when you get to the bottom. So that was kind of weird. I feel like
Yeah.
last time we went on it like went in a full circle, like without stopping to let people on.
Yeah, I feel like it does. Yeah, but I don't
I
know.
don't know.
They have to stop and let people on, so I don't know how that works.
Yeah. So then we went on Emotional Whirlwind because we'd never been on that before because it was closed the last time we were there. That
Can
was
I
fine.
ask
It
you
was
about
a
lightning
wait.
lanes? Because I had
Oh
written
yeah,
that
yeah.
you were using them. So are you
Yes.
booking them now?
Yes. So as soon as we got into the park, I booked Radiator Springs for like 10ish.
Mhm.
And then I don't remember exactly when I booked the first lightning lane, like what time, but I like waited a little bit because the times were too early. And then I booked Guardians for our first one for like noon.
Mhm.
And then and then we had like the 2 hour wait to do right away, which worked out fine because everything was like a walk on right away in the morning anyway.
Mhm.
So then we did Goofy Sky School. It was a 4-minute wait. My husband won't do that one either.
Oh,
At
no.
this point, after I had done the Ferris wheel and the Incredicoaster, I was like, I really need to eat some food. And what I really wanted was the corn dog that just has cheese in the middle. But we were confused about where it was. We thought it was still coming up, but we'd actually already passed it. My husband went back to try to get it for me, but it wasn't open yet. So he just got us a water. It was not as hot as it had been in the desert, but it was not it was warm. So then we headed over to Radiator Springs to Cars Land because our we wanted to do those smaller rides before the lines got too long because you can't use a lightning lane for those. And then I wanted to do a lot of Route 66 photo ops in there. So we did Tow Mater first. It was a 10-minute wait. We got the Radiator Springs song, which was very exciting for me. And we did
I
the
do wanna ask about your ears because for people that are
yeah,
on video, you're wearing the Route 66 mouse ears.
yeah.
So did you buy them on this day at some point?
No, we bought them ahead of time in the
Okay.
Etsy shop. Yeah,
Okay. So you came prepared.
we came with them. Yes. We did the Carsland photo pass with the sign there. And then we tried to get popcorn because we still hadn't eaten any food, and the popcorn wasn't open yet either. I was like, why don't they want to feed me any food here? I think all you could get was churros. My daughter doesn't like cinnamon, so she wouldn't eat a churro. My husband had already eaten a churro. I didn't want to eat a whole churro by myself. So we still had no food. We went on Luigi's, which I think is just the silliest, most delightful. It's just so silly. It stopped once. It was posted 20-minute wait. It was a 20-minute wait. And then it was time for our lightning lane for Radiator Springs. It was posted 45 minutes. We waited 13 in the lightning lane. That's like my favorite Disney ride. So that was fun.
Look
And
familiar to
then
you.
yes, a lot of that looked very familiar.
Mhm.
And a lot of the stuff like in Cars Land looked familiar too. So we were like taking a lot of photo ops there. And then we were like, we need to eat some food. So we went to Adventures Campus. My husband and daughter went to Pim's and they got the giant pretzel and a lemonade. And I went to like the cart nearby and there's like a bunch of different colored cream puffs. And I got those and then met them back at Pim's and we ate that. We liked all of that. One of the cream puffs we didn't like, but everything else we liked. I did have to pick the cream puffs up at a different cart, which I thought was weird. It appeared to me that all they sold at that cart was the cream puffs and like waters and like bottled drinks. I don't know why they couldn't have them there. I had to walk to a different cart to pick them up, but whatever. And then I had gotten a Monsters Inc. Lightning Lane at this point because the 2 hour time was up. So we went on that. It was posted 40 minutes. We waited 8 minutes in the lightning lane.
And for people that are not familiar, the lightning lane system at Disneyland works like the old Genie Plus system at Disney World, so you had to wait your
Yes.
2 hours to book.
Yeah, so you're constantly trying to wait. It does I feel like the very first time I used it, it didn't tell you what time you could book again. And this time it said, like, right on the top what time you could book a new one, so that
Mhm.
was helpful. And then we went and we did the Visa meet and greet. They have, like, if you have a Disney Visa card, you can go to, like, a special character meet and greet. So and it's a surprise. They won't even tell you in the line who it is. You just have to stand in the line. And we got Stitch. We're not big Stitch fans, but it was fun. But I had brought autograph cards and I forgot to have him sign the autograph card. That was a bummer. I was like, I'm off my game. And then we went and watched Mickey's PhilharMagic. The show must have just let out because we waited quite a long time. And then we were planning to go like to the front of the park at this point and like see if we could meet some characters. And I really wanted a Cars Land magnet and a pin for my backpack. And I hadn't seen one when we were in Cars Land. But while we were waiting for Mickey's PhilharMagic, I remembered we had the lightning lane for Guardians that I had completely forgotten about. Luckily, not in such a time that we missed it. So instead, we went to Guardians after PhilharMagic, and we waited 8 minutes for that. My husband can do that one because it doesn't spin, it just goes up and down. So everybody likes that ride. And then I had a lightning lane for Grizzly River Run. We had never been on Grizzly River Run before. It was closed the last time we were at Disneyland. And my husband hates water rides of all kinds. But my daughter, like, guilted him into going on it, and he hated it. I liked it. I thought it was we didn't get, like, soaked, and it was really hot out, so I thought it was fine, and I liked it a lot better than Kali River Rapids, so that was fine.
I feel like
And
it's
then
longer too.
yeah, it seemed a lot longer.
Mhm.
And then our daughter wanted to play in the Redwood Creek playground for a little bit. It was pretty hot, she only lasted, like, 20 minutes. And then I was hungry and I really wanted the birria tacos from I can't remember the name of the restaurant, but in San Francisco. So we got those. We remembered mobile ordering after we were already in the line. But the line was super long, so my husband like looked and figured it out and he just mobile ordered them. They
Mhm.
were delicious. I loved those. I would get them again. We had made like a list of like things we wanted to do, and my husband put the bakery tour on his list. He's famous for putting like really silly, ridiculous things on his list of things he has to do. So we went through the little bakery tour. One of the cast members in there held up like the Mickey looking bread for me so I could take a photo of it. And then we went back to the front and we met Goofy and Daisy, and then we had seen Mickey earlier, but he wasn't out, but there were still people in line and the like five and dime like singing kind of show came. So we're like, "Oh, well, we'll just watch the show from the line," and then we met Mickey when he came out. My daughter's not super into characters at all anymore. I actually really like to meet characters and
Mhm.
I like to have the photos. So she actually was earning 50 cents if she would get a photo taken with a character
Mhm.
instead of 25, and she was getting pretty close to her droid money.
And at this point,
So
are you making an appointment for the droid build, or are you just hoping to walk up?
we tried to look, but it didn't seem like there were appointments. We couldn't
Mhm.
find a place to make an appointment. So yeah,
Okay.
we looked at Downtown Disney to see because I was like, she was like, I really want a droid. And I was like, I don't even know if you can get a droid. Like you might need an appointment for that. But I looked and we couldn't find a place to make an appointment. So I don't know if they're doing them or if we just didn't find the right place. But we were able to just, I mean, spoiler for tomorrow, we were able to just walk right up and get one.
Yeah, I'm on the Disneyland website, and it doesn't have, like, make an appointment thing like it does at
Yeah.
Disney World. I don't know, that's weird.
Yeah. So I don't know if, and it wasn't crowded either. So I don't know. Maybe they just feel like they don't need them.
Right. Yeah.
So then we went shopping again, or we went looking for the magnet and the pin. I could not find a Cars Land magnet. The only Cars magnet they had was like a giant, like kind of weird Lightning McQueen one, and I did not want that one. And the only pins I could find were like a 4-pack. And I was like, I don't want to buy a 4-pack, and I really only want the one pin. So then we went to Clarabelle's for ice cream. I was not feeling like ice cream. I wanted a cookie from the treat place next door. That turned into a whole thing because I couldn't pay for it. So we split up, and then I like tried to pay with my bank card and it wouldn't let me. So my
Because
husband had to
you're
get because our credit
1960s
card was stolen.
housewives.
Yeah. So my husband had to go buy my stuff for me while I held his place in line. That was the most crowded, like it didn't seem terribly crowded, I would say, but the ice cream place was super crowded. It took a long time for us to find a table, and it took them a long time to get their ice cream. He got an like a float with orange soda, and then our daughter got a hand dipped ice cream bar, but she thought it would be white chocolate and it was icing, so she was a little disappointed. At while we were sitting here, and I still don't exactly know what happened here. I was like looking for lightning lanes or whatever, and I had a web slingers lightning lane for like I think maybe like 6 o'clock or something, and there was a thing that said I could modify it to 3:30, but when I clicked it, it switched us to 8 instead of instead of 3:30. So now it was 2 hours later than I had originally been, which was really annoying. And I was like, I don't know if somebody can help, like if I go to like a I know where to go at Disney World, like to be like, "Hey, this messed up. Can you fix it?" And usually they will just fix it for you. But I didn't see any of those people at Disneyland, and I didn't want to spend a super lot of time looking for them. So we just went at 8 instead of, but that was annoying. And I don't know if like I just like I feel like it shouldn't switch your time unless it's the time that you clicked.
Right, it should hold it. I've always thought that it should hold
Yeah.
it. If yeah, that was one of my issues with Genie Plus too, though.
Yeah. So that was annoying. Then we went over to Avengers Campus. We did the photo pass there, and then we were going to watch the Spider-Man show. And the photographer there was really nice, and he like told us where to wait for. He like asked us what we were doing next, and then told us like exactly where to wait for the show. So then our daughter got to be like in the front row, and Spider-Man comes down and gives you a high five at the end. So that was cool. And then we went back over to the Visa character experience because it changed in the afternoon. Like in the morning it was a like a Disney character, and in the afternoon it was like a superhero. And we met Captain America, which is her favorite superhero, so that was exciting. We went into like is it called the animation building there? We
I think
watched
so.
yeah, we watched Turtle Talk. We were gonna do the like drawing class, but we would have to wait through a whole one. Like this place also felt really crowded. Like there was enough people in line that we would had to wait through a whole show and then go to the next one, and we didn't want to do it badly enough to do that. We went into there was like a place in there called Sorcerer's Workshop where you can like make your own like animation strip, but our daughter didn't want to do that. And then we thought maybe we'd meet Anna and Elsa, but they were already done for the day. I felt like I really wish the characters were out for longer. The lines are like super long, and I think part of the reason is because they're not out for very long. And we didn't see as many characters on this trip as we did the last time we were there either. And I don't know if it's just because maybe we weren't looking as hard for them or if there's just less characters out. We did run into Captain Marvel. I didn't know who that was. I'm not a superhero person, but my daughter knew who she was. We ran into her just like wandering through Avengers Campus. So we got her autograph with like no line. And we went back to Cars Land because I still wanted a pin, and we went into some building. There's like a model of Cars Land in there I had never seen before. I just never gone in like that little building. And I did find a pin that I wanted, but I never did find a magnet. So I kept saying to my husband, like, why don't they sell the things I want to buy? Why don't they have the food I want to eat when I want to eat it?
You're like, "I'm trying to give you my money."
I know, I'm trying. Then we went on Little Mermaid with a lightning lane. It was posted 30 minutes. We waited 5. And then our daughter, she had originally said she didn't want to do any of those like little rides like by Pixar Pier, but then she decided she did want to do the jellyfish one. So I went on that with her. It was a 6-minute wait. While we were on there, my husband went and got me my corn dog with the cheese in the middle instead of the hot dog. And then our daughter ate the chips. So that was a nice little snack. And then we went to Soarin'. We waited 14 minutes with a lightning lane. It was like a different version. We'd never seen this version before. And the people in line behind us lived on Route 66. They were like, "Oh, I like your ears," or whatever. And And then they were like, you drove right by our house. So that was
Mhm.
cool.
I was
Um,
just looking at my notes from the pre-trip, and you had mentioned maybe picking up a virtual queue for World of Color. Did you do
Oh,
that?
I did do that, yes,
Okay.
and I forgot about it, though. I completely forgot to, like, look and see, like, what time do you get this virtual queue, and
Mhm.
then at some point in the day, I think around noonish, I just remembered, and I just looked and I just got one.
Mhm.
So, don't know if it wasn't that crowded or if I just happened to click on it at, like, the exact right time. I remember the last time we went to Disneyland, it felt more stressful to get the virtual queue, but this time I just forgot about it, and then when I remembered, I grabbed one. Yeah,
'Kay.
so that was good. And then we headed back over to Incredicoaster because we had a lightning lane for it now because we rode it without at the beginning of the day. It was a 12-minute wait with the lightning lane, and then since my husband doesn't ride it, after we got off, my daughter took his band and then she rode it a second time by herself. And this is the first time that she's like been able to like do the ride by herself, so I think
Mhm.
she and that was nice too that we could, we paid for the lightning lane, so it's nice that somebody can use it.
Mhm.
And then we got one of the Jack Jack cookies while we were waiting for her. That was delicious. Then we went on the carousel because she needed a ride to calm down if she went on the thrill ride 2 times in a row. So
Mhm.
we went on the carousel. They hadn't really eaten I had eaten, like, the cheese corn dogs, so I had kind of eaten dinner, but my husband and daughter hadn't, so they got mac and cheese in a bread bowl from Aunt Cass's Cafe, and I tried it, and it was delicious. That was really good, and we were also like, "Maybe we saw this bread bowl when we were on the bakery tour." And then we walked, like, the back way. We hadn't walked that way through Cars Land. I had kind of forgotten there's, like, that, like, back way from San Francisco into Cars Land, and we were really excited that we did that because I hadn't mentioned this before, but the Burma Shave signs on Route 66 are, like, little, like, catchy jingly signs, and they had a ton of them in Illinois, and our daughter loved them. She thought they were so funny, and other places, like, I remember one time somebody had made, like, similar signs that were just, like, the Lord's Prayer or something, and I, like, read them aloud, and she was like, "Why doesn't it say Burma shave at the end?" Like, it's a different thing. So, they have, like, it was a Rusty's at the end, not Burma shave, but they have, like, a Burma shave sign there, and, like, it looks like a national park there with, like, national park signs and stuff, so we walked through that back way, and then we watched I think they call it, like, the Shaboom, where they turn all the lights on, the neon lights in Cars Land, and they, like, play a
Mhm.
song and everyone dances. It's very cute. So we did that, and then we went on our web slingers finally, lightning lane. It was 15-minute wait with the lightning lane. And then when we were done with that, we went and lined up for the World of Color. There was, like, 2 different colors, like yellow and blue or something, and we, like, walked past the first one, and I heard the cast members say, "The other one is less crowded." So I was like, "Well, we'll go to that one." But I think it's less crowded because you get wet.
Mhm.
So, and then our wait for the World of Color was not pleasant. So my feet by the end of a Disney day hurt very badly,
Mhm.
and they made us stand the entire time. They wouldn't let us sit. Like and I remember sitting last time. So I don't know if you're allowed to sit in the because I don't think we sat. I think we sat in the other color last time. And I
Yeah,
remember
I
sitting to
think
wait.
I was in the same area as you in April, and we were sitting to, like, wait for the show to start, and then they were like, "Everybody
Yeah.
stand up." So I do think some areas it's just, like, they have to keep it clear for safety reasons or whatever.
Yeah, so they didn't so we had to stand, and then we were like, "Oh, well, maybe we can, like, lean against the fence right here or whatever," because other people
Mhm.
were, like, leaning against the fence. But then they were like, "No, you can't sit here. This is a" So then we, like, moved to a different spot, and then people were sitting, and I was like, "Well, maybe you're allowed to sit here." So we sat again, but they were like came by and said, "No, you have to stand up." And so it was kind of a rough wait, and then with all the moving around, we just kept, I think, getting closer and closer to wherever you were gonna be getting wet.
Mhm.
So the show started. We loved the Muppets pre-show. My oldest daughter is really into the Muppets. So there's like a cute little song about not jumping in the water. That was cute. And then we did like the show, but we did get wet, and, like, people were, like, literally screaming. So at one point, like, everyone started screaming. It was, like, kind of scary, like, why is everybody screaming? And then we realized, oh, it's because they're all getting wet. We were in the back, so we didn't get, like, drenched or anything, and we would, like, turn around every time. But I liked the show a lot better last time when I watched it from the other spot than I did from this time.
And also it was a different version of the show.
Yeah, it was a different version. I think I like the old version better,
Mhm.
than this one, but it was still cool. I was glad we watched it. We had a lightning lane after the show was over, so I think the show was at 9, so there was still some part time left, and we had a lightning lane for Goofy Sky School, which I told my daughter, like, "Obviously, I like you if I'm willing to go on this ride 2 times, because this is not my favorite ride at all." But we had ridden it without a lightning lane before, so we grabbed one. It was posted a 45-minute wait. I think it was like a 15-minute wait, honestly, if you were in the regular line. It did not look like a 45-minute wait, but we waited like 5 minutes with the lightning lane. And then she wanted to ride Incredicoaster one more time. There was still time to go in one more thing. So we got in line for that. It was posted 40 minutes and we waited 19. And then by the time we got off, the park was closed. I didn't realize there was 2 showings of World of Color. So I was like, why are I was like, oh, they just shut the lights off immediately as soon as like it turns to 10 o'clock. Well, they were shutting the lights off for the show, not because the park was closed. So we got to
But were
listen
you
to that.
on Incredicoaster while World of Color was going on, or were you already done with
We
Incredicoaster?
were already done. We got on it
Okay.
right before.
Okay.
Um, yeah, because I think they maybe close it for.
I don't know. I feel like I've been
Or-
watching World of Color and I've seen people going on the coaster. I
Yeah,
don't know. I don't know.
because I don't know, because I don't think they would have, like, just closed it and made everyone wait in the line since the park was already closed. So,
Yeah, I don't
but
know.
both my daughter and I really liked riding Incredicoaster at night. I was actually glad we
Mhm.
did that, even though three Incredicoasters was kind of a lot for me. But yeah, I thought it was a lot more fun at night. And then so we got to listen to that cute Muppet song again while we walked out, and then every time we thought we had seen enough historic gas stations, we found another one we hadn't seen, so we took a photo with the Oswald gas pump on the way out. And around about dinner time, I think my daughter had enough money where she thought she could get the droid for sure. So she was going into the next day knowing that she could get the droid. So that was very exciting.
I am excited to hear how many steps you had.
We had 20,318. I thought it would be more and 0 miles driven.
Yeah,
Yeah.
0 miles. But you were walking from your hotel and you were there all day.
Yes. Yes. I thought it would be more. I feel like our Disney World days are more than that.
Mhm.
And I kind of thought this one would maybe be a little more, but I don't know. Also, I think on this day I probably walked more steps than my husband did because I was going on the rides and he was like sitting on a bench.
Mhm.
So,
His favorite
yes.
thing.
His favorite thing, yes.
Ma
I'm trying to remember if I remember what bench he picked as his favorite of the day for California Adventure, but I don't remember.
You guys had each picked a top 5
Yes,
so did you accomplish that on this day?
we did. Let me look back and see. So my husband is really go with the flow and he picks the top 5 just to like go along and he doesn't actually care if he makes his top 5. So he probably, if we missed one, it was probably him. But let's see. We did everything. Yeah, we did everything that was on our top 5. We did all 15 things. I
Oh.
think. Oh no, I think we did everything Disneyland too. I thought he had picked Peter Pan, but he didn't pick Peter Pan because we didn't get to Peter Pan. But yeah, we did everything both days. So we got all 15 things in. So
All
that
right.
was nice.
So the next day was Tuesday, August 4th and we already know you were going to Disneyland. It sounds like maybe there'd be a
Yes.
stop at Joy Depot.
Yes. Yes. So we got to the park. We skipped the park breakfast this day and also slept in a few minutes longer because that was kind of a late night. And then the park opened at 8. So we got there about 7:35. We picked the wrong line. Our line was like I think like I think so much slower. I feel like that happens every time. Maybe it's not actually, but our ride was so much slower. I think it actually was broken and they had to like move it to a different machine at some point or something. And this park, they let us in right away, but they didn't drop the rope until exactly 8 o'clock. So they dropped the rope at 8. We had decided to do the Fantasyland rides first because they don't have lightning lanes, and it was more crowded than I thought it was going to be. I thought these would all be kind of like straight walk-ons right away, but they were not. They weren't long waits, but there were waits. So we did Alice in Wonderland first, and we got on the ride at 8:12. And then we did Mr. Toad. That was a 10-minute wait. At one point, he like switched the queue over. Like it was like a really short queue to start, and he like started putting the chains in to make the queue longer. And he separated. He had my daughter and I go, and my husband was just like standing at the other end by himself. That was kind of funny. Like the people behind him were laughing too. Like, I guess we're not together anymore. And then we did Snow White, which is my husband's favorite ride. That was a 9-minute wait. And then we got in line for Pinocchio. Our daughter was getting annoyed. There was not enough thrill rides in this like way to do it. I think if I had to do it again, I would just stand in the 20-minute lines for these rides instead of the 10-minute lines so that she could have like a better. She was like, "I'm tired of dark rides." And then Pinocchio went down while we were in line for it. And they were, like, making an announcement, like, "You can wait, but we have no idea when it's gonna start again." We were pretty close to the front, so we could, like, see them, and it kept looking like the ride was coming back up. Like, you could see them, like, doing things, and we'd be like, "Oh, for sure it's gonna go now," and then it wouldn't. So, we ended up waiting 17 minutes, and then we gave up and left. And we were hungry because we hadn't any breakfast, so we went over to Maurice's Treats, and we got the cheesy garlic pretzel bread, and we got a croissant cookie, which is, I think, just like a smashed croissant, and then we got the apple freeze drink. I wouldn't get the cookie again. It was fine, but it was a little bit dry, but we love that pretzel bread. So good. And then I had a lightning lane for Mickey and Minnie's that I had gotten, or yeah, I think I had yeah, because we were gonna go do my daughter wanted to do the Chip and Dale roller coaster, and I remember when we were there last time, that line got really long in the afternoon, so I was like, "Well, we'll just go knock out Toontown quick and then head over to Tomorrowland." But the Mickey and Minnie's had gotten switched over to an Anytime Fast Pass because it was down at some point, so I grabbed a Space Mountain Fast Pass instead, and we still went over there to ride the roller coaster. We ran into Geppetto on the way, got his autograph, and then we met Pete from Mickey Mouse Clubhouse when we first got in there. We had never met him before. I always like to get a photo with the character if we've like never met them in all of our trips.
Mhm.
And then we went on the Chip and Dale coaster. It was posted a 5-minute wait, but it was actually 10. I wanted to meet Minnie Mouse, but it said it was a 20-minute wait, and my daughter really wanted to roll a thrill ride at this point. So we decided to just come back and do Toontown later if we could, and we headed over to Space Mountain. We waited 10 minutes with the lightning lane. My husband can do that's one of the rides he can do. It doesn't really spend that much. He was nervous. He also his back sometimes hurts, like he wouldn't go on Big Thunder because he was worried about jolting his back. He won't go on Goofy Sky School.
Well, I'm surprised
But
you went in space.
yeah. But Space Mountain at Disneyland, I feel like is pretty smooth.
It is
Disney
smooth. It's
World
just that
is not.
it's smooth,
Yeah.
but it's still lots of drops and
Yeah.
turns.
Yeah. So we did that, and then I was just able to, like, just keep grabbing lightning lanes for immediately, which was nice. I don't remember it working that way. I don't think the last time we went to Disneyland, we only got lightning lanes in California Adventure. We didn't do them at Disneyland because we had 2 full days, but I don't remember it working this nicely at Disney World when I used it there. So we did Autopia, it was an 11-minute wait. We did Buzz, it was a 5-minute wait, and we did Star Tours was a 10-minute wait. All with lightning lanes that I just grabbed and then was able to just immediately go on the ride. So that was
You were
nice.
you were churning through them.
Yes. And then it was time to head over to Galaxy's Edge because I had said to my daughter like we're not we're gonna do some rides first. Like I don't want to just do this droid thing first. I know you're excited, but like this is like the prime time to go on the rides. And she was like, okay. But she was getting ready. I did grab a Millennium Falcon fast pass, and so and then we stopped on the way and did a photo pass in front of the castle. So we went on Millennium Falcon first so that I could grab another Lightning Lane. So I was going to grab one for later in the day at that time. I think I grabbed Indiana Jones for like late, like 8 o'clock or something. And then we could do the droid and then maybe hopefully have a new Lightning Lane ready when we were done with that. So Millennium Falcon was a 15-minute wait. Our daughter did not want to, she didn't want to drive it. And we were just with like, I think they let double riders in now too, and single riders or something. Like there's a double rider line and a single rider line. So we had like a double rider and a single rider in with us, and they were very excited because my husband and I didn't actually care about flying it either, and he can get motion sick too sometimes, so I don't think he wants to fly it. So those boys that were with us, they were excited because I think you almost never get to fly it if you're
No, that's a risk.
yeah. So we did that. Then we grabbed a pink milk from the milk stand. That was not for me. It tastes like bubble gum, which I do not like. I
Mhm.
should have I should have researched that a little better. I knew there was like a new one, and I don't mind the blue one. I liked the blue one when we had it
Mhm.
before, but the pink one was not for me. And then we went to the droid. She loved making the droid. It was I think it was like $150 in the end. She had enough money to buy a personality chip for it as well. And it was maybe like a 15 to 20-minute experience. Like she picked out all the parts and then they helped her put it together and then she played with it on the floor a little bit. And then they have something called they called it droid daycare, and you can leave your droid there cuz my husband was like thinking he would have to take it back to the hotel. But they were like, "No, you can just leave it here and pick it up at the end." So, spoiler alert, this did not work, but we were planning to do Rise of the Resistance at the end of the night. So we're like, "Oh, well, we'll just leave it here. We'll come back and get it, and then we'll go and rise, and that'll be our last thing we do." So after that, we were hungry. We had a Fantasmic dining reservation at Cafe Orleans at 4. So it was lunchtime, but we'd like eaten the pretzel bread late. And so we were like, we don't really want lunch because we're eating dinner early. So we just went to, I don't remember if it's called what it's called, but where you can get like the Mickey shaped beignets. And our daughter really wanted a Mickey pretzel. So my husband went to get her one and he went all the way to Big Thunder, and then we realized there was one like right around the corner from the beignet place, but we didn't see it on the way. So we saw Mandalorian and Grogu on the way through, but we didn't stop and like get autographs or anything. We just saw them. So after we ate our snacks, we decided to use our Anytime Fast Pass for Tiana's because it was like the hot part of the day, seemed like a good time. And I was like kind of trying to save that for when I thought we really needed it. And the Tianas, like I was watching, I'm sure everybody has the same idea. I want this lightning link for like the hot part of the day because it was like you could get it for like right now for like all morning. And then when I looked again at this time, it was like 6 p.m. So everybody grabbed it for the afternoon. So we used our anytime one that we gotten from Mickey and Minnie's, and we went on that. We haven't been on Tiana's before. And I thought it was really cute, but we got so wet. Like we were drenched. Like I felt like I had taken a bath. We got so wet. I don't know if the Disney World one is you just get less wet because of the way the cars are, or if I don't know if it's always that way or what, but I was like, I don't think I could go on this ride again because
Yeah, I do think the physics of it are different. Like, I think at Disney World,
yeah.
if you're at the front, then you're, pretty guaranteed to be wet. And then at Disneyland, it feels like it's actually different parts of the ride that can get you wet.
Okay.
Like the littler splashes can
Yeah,
actually
so I
soak
was
you.
in the my husband hates water rides. Once again, my daughter guilted him onto this ride. And so he was gonna sit in the front, and I was like, "Do you want me to sit in the front instead? Like, I don't care about it as much as you do." And he was like, "Yes." So we switched, and it was like the first one of the first like little hills, like a whole entire bottle of water dumped in, or gallon, like bathtub of water just dumped in my lap. Like,
Mhm.
so that was unpleasant. I was like like wet all the way through for the rest of the day. So after that, very wet, we went on the Haunted Mansion. We had a lightning lane. We waited 14 minutes. When I say the wait times too, like I think Disney counts like the pre-show as the wait time. I don't know. I feel like you have to actually be on the ride for it to like be the wait time. So like we got in the car at 14 minutes. So that included like the stretching room pre-show and stuff. So these waits were not long. After that, we were planning to take the train back around to the front of the park. I wanted to see the Walt Disney animatronic, and I wanted to like do some other stuff. So I was like, we'll just go back to the front and then make our way back towards Cafe Orleans for our
Mhm.
dinner. But the train went down while we were in line for it. So we were like, okay, well, we're not doing that. So one of the things on my daughter's list was the Tiki Bird show. She really liked that last time we went. So we headed that way. We ran into Jack Sparrow, got an autograph with him, and then she wanted to walk through the Swiss Family Treehouse. And I was like, my feet are not up for that. So I just went to the Tiki Birds and sat there and waited for them. And when we got to the Tiki Birds, there's like that Dole Whip place there. So she was like, I really want a Dole Whip. And but I think you had to mobile order it. And
Mm.
it was only pineapple, like at the place right outside of the Tiki Bird show. So we watched the Tiki Bird show and then we mobile ordered what she really wanted was a peach Dole Whip from like whatever it's called around the way there, the bigger restaurant. So she got the peach Dole Whip, and I had a few bites of it, and that was delicious too. It was really good. And then we went to Pirates of the Caribbean. It was posted 20 minutes. It looked way longer than 20 minutes, but it was exactly 20 minutes. We made friends with the baby that was in front of us in line, who was like a little toddler who like, had like 10 words or whatever. And he was very excited about boats. And he just kept trying to tell us about all the boats that he had been on. And it was like so cute, like the kind of age where the kid has to like think of how to say the word before they say it. You can like see
Uh-huh.
them thinking, what am I gonna say? Nemo. He had learned, I think he had just learned the word pirates just for this ride. It was
Well,
very cute.
and as a boat lover, you can see the boats while you're in line there.
Yes,
So that
yes.
must have been fun.
He was very excited when we got to the part where you could see the boats. And then I was like, I forgot that there was a big drop where you actually do get kind of wet on Pirates of the Caribbean. So my daughter like went to get in the ride first, and then she was like, no, you go first. And then later she was like, I remembered as we were stepping in the boat that you get wet on this ride, and I didn't want to sit on the edge.
Mhm.
Then we got off, like we turned to look and see if the baby had liked it, because I feel like it's a scarier than the Disney World one even. But he loved it. He loved it. He liked the hill. He called it a slide. So
That's
that was
cute.
fun. I
That's
know, it's always,
maybe that's a fun way to frame it for a little one. It's a slide.
yeah. And then it was time for our dinner reservation at Cafe Orleans. We checked in right at 4 or a few minutes before 4 probably. And I think we waited like 10 to 15 minutes for them to seat us. They let our daughter is 10, but she is a really picky eater. And I knew that she probably wasn't going to eat anything from the adults menu, but I thought we would just have to pay the adult price, but I was hoping they would just let her eat off of the kids menu. And they let her eat off the kids menu and only charged us for the kids menu price. So
Nice.
that was nice. I did have a lot of really miscommunication with the waiter while we were trying to figure it out though, because I was like, I know last time we went to Disney World, like my son was kind of in the same situation, and they did not let him either eat off the kids menu, or they wouldn't even let him like order off the kids menu. He had to order from the adults menu. So I just assumed this would be the same. And so I was like trying to say, well, she can have the adult dessert then. Like we're paying for it, like even though she's eating the kids mac and cheese. And he was like, no, 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 you then I have to charge you the adult price. I was like, oh, okay, no, that's great. I'll pay the kids price. She can eat the kids dessert, that's fine. So that was good. I got like a squash soup for an appetizer, and then my daughter also she wouldn't eat any of the kids' appetizers either, so she got the gumbo so that I could try both of them. And they were both really good, but they were too spicy for me. But I'm not that good at eating spicy food. My husband said they were not that spicy. He got a salad. He got a Monte Cristo. I got like a fettuccine with chicken, and she got mac and cheese and mashed potatoes and rice. She wouldn't eat the potatoes because they had like the skin on them. So I hated her mashed potatoes, but she ate the rice. She loved that. And then she got some kind of trifle for dessert that I'm not sure what was in it, but she loved it. And we got creme brulee. That was pretty good. And I was glad we did it for the Fantasmic seating. We were sitting, like, outside in the patio, and we were playing a game, like, who's gonna get hit by a leaf the next. At one point, like, a seed fell off the tree and, like, hit both of us, and it hurt. It's like, "What is happening?" My daughter and I left before we paid. We left my husband to pay and went to do the Big Thunder Lightning
He's the only
Lane.
one that could pay.
He's the only one that can pay, and he didn't wanna ride the ride, so we decided to go do that. We waited 8 minutes. She was gonna be brave and raise her hands on this ride, so we raised our hands. We got stopped at the top of a hill one time, but that was kind of fun. Like, I took my phone back out and, like, took a photo of us in the middle of the ride, and it wasn't stopped for very long. And then when we got off, she took my husband's band again, and then she went alone, and we stood there and watched for her, and she got the back row of the roller coaster all by herself. So like she came around that corner, like hands up in the air, like all by herself in that back row. Like it was so cute, like having the time of her life. A photo pass photographer showed up while we were there, so he took our photo when she got off the ride. And then we're finally gonna like walk back up to the front of the park like I had been gonna do before. We tried to stop and do a photo pass at like the statue in front of the castle, but they were already closed. They were still taking photos, but they had closed the line. And it was only 6 o'clock. I was like,
Hmm.
why? Why are you closing the line at 6 o'clock? So we found one in the street that we did instead. I have done up until this trip done the silhouettes of my kids every time we've gone. But when we got there, they said that they were doing a new system where you had to, like, take a buzzer, and then you had to wait for your buzzer to go off in the building, which was just, like, a little shop, and then and they had no idea of what the time might be. Like, they couldn't give us any kind of an estimate at all, and we were like, "Well, we don't have an hour. Like, if it's 10 minutes, like, that's fine, but we don't have, like, all day, like, and so we were just like, we're just not gonna do the silhouette this time, so that was kind of a bummer. I feel like they could, like, still at least give you some sort of an estimate of, like, what the time is gonna be. I don't know. So then we went down. I wanted to watch the Walt Disney show with the Walt Disney animatronic. We just missed the show, so we had a 17-minute wait for the next show. That was kind of a bummer, but it was fine. I liked the show. I feel like it might be the same as the Disney World one. Like it felt familiar, like the video part that's before the animatronic. But the animatronic was cool. And then we went back to Fantasyland to do some stuff we hadn't done there. We had a 5-minute wait for the teacups. My husband won't do that one. We had a 12-minute wait for the Storybook Land canal boats. And then we walked on Small World. I think we had a lightning lane for Small World, if I remember correctly. And then it was time for our lightning lane for Indiana Jones. So we went back over there. The last time we were at Disneyland, my daughter made it to the line of Indiana Jones and then got spooked by the queue and decided she wasn't going to ride. So she and my husband got out of the line. This time we watched the movie before, and so she was ready and she loved it. It was still 20-minute wait with the lightning lane though. And at this time, it was time to go do our Fantasmic seating.
Mhm.
So we headed over there. They do let you sit for Fantasmic. So that was lovely. And it was like, it was a great seat. Like we were not there early either by any means. And the lady we were just like, where should we sit in this area? And she's like, oh, they're all good seats. But if you're sitting closer to the front, you might get wet. So I was like, no, I've been wet enough today. So we sat like in the back, as far back as you could sit. And I think that was an even better seat actually, because it's like pretty sloped. And we were like straight front and center of like the little building on Tom Sawyer Island. Like it was amazing. We had seen Fantasmic in the year 2000 when we went, and I remember that I liked it, but I like loved it this time. I don't think there were projections last time,
No,
probably.
it's much different.
Okay. Yeah. I do remember really liking it though. Like I remember the pirate ship coming out of nowhere, which is like such a cool effect. My husband didn't remember that, and so he was like, "Where did this pirate ship come from?" And I remember that from last time, but like them like fighting on the pirate ship was so cool. And then we were just going to stay there and watch the fireworks. And I assumed that, like, they would pipe in the music to the whole park and that we would just be watching the fireworks, but they did projections on water screens and that building, and there was, like, fountains too, like, for the fireworks, just for us. They did make us stand. I don't understand why we had to stand back up since we had just been sitting that whole time. They did make us stand for the fireworks, but I was like, "Oh my gosh, this is amazing." Like, I really felt like the dining package was worth it to have that good of a seat for those shows. So, after the fireworks, my daughter and I had a lightning lane for the Matterhorn. So we split up. We had all picked treats from Jolly Holiday that we had mobile ordered. My husband went to pick up the mobile ordered treats, and my daughter and I went to the Matterhorn. The Matterhorn was the only ride last time we went that she did not like. And so first she was like, I'm not going on it. And then she was like, I am going. I am going to go on it. And then I wasn't able to get a lightning lane for it till it was dark, and she was like, "I don't know if I can do it in the dark." But then she was like, "Nope, I'm gonna be brave, I'm gonna do it." We both liked it. We both liked it. I thought it was cool to do it in the dark since we had done it the day before. But at the very end, you like splash through some water, and I screamed the loudest I screamed on the whole trip when I saw that puddle of water coming up and thought I was getting wet again. I was like, "No, you have to be kidding me." But we didn't actually get wet. The water just like splashed the other direction. And then we went to try to meet up with my husband, who was finding us a spot for the parade, like the second showing of the parade. And we had a hard time finding him. We watched a little show, a projection show on It's a Small World, while we were like, we don't know where he is, so we'll just stand here and watch this. And then we actually found like a bench to sit on to watch the parade. So we ate our treats. Sadie just got a cookie. My husband got the orange cheesecake, and I got the strawberry croissant. And that orange cheesecake was delicious. I probably ate at least half of his orange cheesecake, but he had also gotten himself a second churro while he was waiting for us. So he had already eaten a snack. So he didn't care. And my strawberry croissant was good too, but that orange cheesecake was delicious. And then we waited quite a long time for the parade. It took longer than we thought for it to like get to us. And then it was like really spaced out a lot. So it took a long time for the parade to get through too. Like there was like times where there was nothing. We were just waiting. But I loved that parade. And there
Was
was
this
a
your
Route
first time
6
seeing it?
Yeah, and there was a Route 66 song in it.
Mhm.
So that was exciting.
I would say that's a big part of it.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that was very exciting, very cool. While we were waiting for the parade to start, my husband was like, "I'm just gonna go pick up the droid because I'm worried about getting the droid on time and I don't want to have to worry about it." One of the times we went to Disney World, we we got the silhouettes for our kids on like our last full day, and they were like, "You can come back anytime before the park closes and pick them up." And so we went to pick them up at like 10 p.m. and they closed at 10 p.m., not 11 or whenever the park closed. And it was like we had to like go to City Hall and get somebody to find a key. It was like a whole thing. And I think he was just like, I'm not doing that again.
Here.
I'm going well before it closes. And while he was doing that, I was like, I should look and make sure that, like, I've heard like sometimes it's hard to get on Rise at the end of the night here. I feel like I've heard that. And I looked and it closes at 10. So it was already closed. So we did not get to go on Rise. My daughter was disappointed. But I was like, let's not let it ruin our whole day. Like, you can pick any other ride in the whole entire park. You can go on that instead. And so she picked Space Mountain. We still hadn't gone on Mickey and Minnie's because we had missed it at the beginning. And I did have a lightning lane for it. So as soon as the parade was done, we went to do that. We did not need a lightning lane. I don't even think you can get back there during the parade. Like, there was no, I think we maybe waited longer in the lightning lane because we had to stop and scan our magic bands. So we rode that. And then my husband did not want to do Space Mountain a second time. So he went back to buy us more toffee to take home with us. And then he was just going to go back to the park, and my daughter and I were going to go ride Space Mountain. I did make her stop in Toontown and take one last picture of a jail in the like dog pound that they have there. She thought that was funny. I was like, this has got to be our last jail.
Mhm.
And then we got in line for Space Mountain. Let's see, I think I wrote down how long we waited. It was posted 50 minutes. We waited 37 minutes. And then we just had a really long, sad, slow walk out of the park.
Mm.
When we got to the corner, like to go across the street, there was like a man selling hot dogs who was giving them away for free. He was like, "Does anybody want a hot dog?" My daughter really hates hot dogs. She famously like it's like her least favorite food of all time. So, no, she does not want a hot dog. And nobody was really taking him up on this weird free hot dog situation. But then, like 10 people behind us, a lady was like, "I would love a free hot dog." And then somebody else was like, "She just got engaged." And she was like, "Oh, I did get engaged today. And I'm getting a free hot dog." And she honestly sounded more excited about the free hot dog. We were laughing about
I'm
that.
gonna need to look into that. Why is she more excited?
I know. I think it's just maybe just like so many things in one day. She couldn't believe it. So then we just went back to the hotel. My husband had bought us toffee, and then at one point, he had taken our daughter in the shop by the Tiana's ride. And she had seen something that she sort of wanted there, but she didn't know if she wanted because she now had more souvenir money again because she'd still been collecting it even after
Mm.
the droid, but she wasn't sure. So it was like a Tiana like Pez dispenser, and he had just bought it for her to surprise her. So this day we walked 19,779 steps.
I'm with you. It sounded like more.
Yeah, it
Like
did
this
seem like
day and
more.
the day before. They seemed like they would
Yeah.
be more.
And I think it's because my husband is sitting out a lot of the rides. He's just sitting on a bench.
Oh, it's his steps that are being tracked, not yours.
Yeah, because it's
Okay.
his.
Because you
Yeah.
said you had a Fitbit, so I wasn't sure if you had some.
Yes. Yeah, but I'm not good at remembering to wear it or use it. So we just decided to just track his the whole time to just kind of have a baseline.
Mhm.
Yeah, so that was it for Disney. I'm glad we did it, but I did not like having such a short Disney trip. I am a long Disney trip person. I like to have
Mhm.
enough time that I almost always feel like I have time to go back and do something if I missed it. Like I like to do 2 days at every park, and then I like to have like a bonus day at the end where I can just park hop to wherever and get everything I missed. So it was hard to just have 2 days and like know that this is just our one shot. But I'm so glad that we did it. It was really fun.
It was a lot of pressure to fit it all into 2
Yeah.
days.
Yeah. When we first got to Downtown Disney, my daughter was like, "I haven't been to Disney World in so long." Or Disney. "I haven't been to Disney in so long, and I forgot how much I like it here." It's cute.
Uh-huh.
And it has, I mean, in the grand scheme of things, it was January of 2024 last time we were there. So it hasn't been that long, but for her, at 10, that's a lot more time than for us.
She was like, I was a whole different age. I was 7 or
Yes.
something.
Yeah, yeah. She was 7 last time and now she's 10. So yeah, that's a big jump.
All right, so that is the Disneyland part of your trip. Now you have to get back home.
Now we have to get back home and we are far away. So
Mm.
we have 4 days to get home. So we're starting on Wednesday, August 5th. We didn't get back to the room until like 12:45 the night before. So
Wow.
but we did need to be we wanted to be at the national park in time for the dark sky program at 9 p.m. and it was an 8-hour drive. So originally I was like, we should leave at 8. Then I was like, maybe we should sleep until 8. And then My husband ended up just like he like got up early and went to get coffee and let us sleep in a little bit. So I think it was probably like 9 before we left the hotel room. We grabbed a couple of pastries from the grab and go breakfast was still open. And then we got back on the road. I didn't look at like the route we were taking home ever really. And I didn't realize that we were driving like the freeway parallel to Route 66 all through California on the way back out. So, like, we hit Route 66 again, like, we saw the sign, and we had skipped a lot of it because we were having that long day. Like, we had skipped a lot of, like, and I was like, maybe we should just drive Route 66, the parts that we missed. And my husband was like, no, we're done. We did Route 66. We're done. I was like, fine. But then we stopped in Barstow for gas, and I should have been paying more close attention because I probably could have convinced him to drive through Barstow, which is one of the towns that I was sad that we missed. And I was like, well, I like looked at my app. I was like, there is like a Route 66 restaurant in Barstow. Maybe we could eat there for lunch. But it was like, I think it was like a 15-minute in the wrong direction, like I wasn't paying attention, and he was like, "We cannot backtrack, like, we do not have time." I was like, "Okay." He's like, "There's a diner right over here. I can see it. Let's go there." I was like, "Okay, great." So we went to this place. It was called Peggy Sue's 50s Diner, and it was crazy. It had like 4 dining rooms and it had a backyard called their dinosaur park that had like metal dinosaur statues, and it had like a moat that had turtles and live ducks swimming in it that looked like they were like in one of those like duck carnival games because it was like really narrow and they were just like floating around in a circle. I was like, I feel like I should pick one up and see if it has a number underneath of it. And it was full of the people who owned it had been actors like when they were young, and then they had just bought this diner, maybe when they were, like, in their 40s, but they had been, like, acting, so they had all of this, like, movie memorabilia, like, that they collected and, like, pictures of themselves with famous people. They were clearly good friends with Steve Martin. He was everywhere, and they had, like, props and, like, it was crazy, and it also took forever. I think we were there for, like, an hour and a half. Like, it was so slow, and it was, like I think we got, like, burgers, it was, like, diner food, but my husband was like, "I can't believe we ended up at this restaurant for an hour and a half. We did not have an hour and a half." So then we kept driving on the freeway until we got to Las Vegas, and then we stopped just out of Las Vegas for, like, snacks in the bathroom, and then we were getting on, like, a highway to get to the national park, and then this is where things got crazy. Our hotel was like a small mom and pop hotel, and there were very few options for motels in this town by the national park. Like, I think there were like 3 total choices, and they were all very small. And so we were supposed to check into the hotel from 3 to 6 p.m. And my husband was like, if we're not going to be there by 6, we have to call them. And I was like, well, we're definitely not going to be there by 6. Should I just call them now? And he was like, no, let's wait a little longer so we like have a better accurate picture of when we're going to be there. Like I had said that on the freeway. And he was like, let's wait until we get past Las Vegas so that we have a better accurate picture of when to call them. So we get back in the car. We drive like literally 2 miles away from Vegas. I'm like, oh, I should call the hotel. No service already. Like we can still like see the strip in the rearview mirror and we've already lost service. And and then it was a really long drive through the desert and no service. And it was like we were getting more and more I was getting really nervous, like, if they don't let us check into this hotel, like, where will we sleep? Like, there's nothing around here. So, we got to, like, one little town, and I was like, "There'll be service in the town." No, nothing. And I was like there was, like, a sign for their public library. Our public library has free Wi-Fi that you can access from outside of the building. I was like, "Let's drive to their library and see if we can get service there," and we couldn't find it. So, then we just, like, wasted 5 more minutes. So we keep driving. we get like sort of I don't know if it was just like I don't know what happened because we were still absolutely in the middle of nowhere and we just like got a pocket of service. One of our daughters had texted us and the text came through and I just like grabbed I just still didn't have service on my phone, but my husband did. I heard the text message ding, I grabbed his phone, called the number and um they answered and I was like we're not gonna be there by 6. My phone right now says we're getting there at 7:30, but we haven't eaten dinner yet. And she was like, "That's fine." And I said, "Is there gonna be dinner in this town when we get there at 7:30?" And she said, "No, there will be nothing to eat here." And I said, "Okay, great." And then I said, "Is there gonna be anything to eat on the way?" Because like I'm not entirely sure. And she said, "Well, it depends on what direction you're coming from." And then I lost service. And so that was it then. So we did get to another town that seemed bigger. It had like a giant historic train station. It was actually another town where I was like, I could come here for my anniversary. It was really cute. I don't think it had any restaurants that were open that we saw, but it had a gas station. So we got gas and we just got like gas station. We had a cooler with us. We didn't use it. It was super lot, but we bought ice and we just bought stuff that we could like eat for a picnic later and put it in the cooler. And then it was just more the middle of nowhere. I had like a 45-minute conversation with my daughter's droid who, only beeps. So that was fun. We played
Yeah,
a game of like at one point we played like we were playing like really crazy unhinged games like the whole time. Like my daughter would just be like, "Think of a game." And like when we were driving through the desert, I was like, "Just let me Google. I can't think of another game. Let me Google games." And all of the games that like you find if you Google what are fun road trip games are not for driving through the desert. It's like I spy what? Dirt and a road. There's two things out here. Dirt and a road. Like what am I going to spy? So at one point we were playing, can we guess where the national park is? We must be able to see it from here. There's nothing else out here. And I won that game actually. I did guess which mountain was the national park correctly. My husband was cheating because he had the map open on his phone and he still got it wrong. Um
I have so many parallels to you right now because when we weren't recording, I was telling you that I had just driven through Nevada because we moved from Puerto
yeah.
Vallarta to Portland, Oregon. And also, we were downloading things to do in the car because driving through Nevada was making us crazy. And I actually
No.
downloaded an app, a road trip app that had lots of things in it. So it was like, would you rather or
Oh,
trivia or like, so
sure.
I was like, we have to keep ourselves busy. This is making us crazy. And those
Yeah.
gas stations are really the only thing like
Yeah.
around.
That was wild. So we finally get there. We pull into the gas station or the hotel. And also I didn't know, like I knew I wanted to go to this like star program they were having at the national park at 9 p.m. But I did not know how far it was from the visitor center to our hotel, and we didn't have service, so I couldn't look it up. And I thought it was probably a half an hour drive. So like getting there at 8 was feeling like pretty, and we still hadn't eaten either. So we get there at 8, we pull into the like the our hotel was also an RV park. So we like pull up to their like main building. It's closed, obviously. And we call them and they don't answer. And then I look at my phone and my phone says it's 9 o'clock, not 8 o'clock.
Because
So
of a
we
time change.
had a time change. So now we're like actually panicking because nobody's answering the phone. We're an hour and a half later than we said we would be. What if they're gone? What if they're like too bad? Now what are we going to do? And we're missing the program that I wanted to go to so badly. Luckily, the visitor center was literally a 1 minute drive from our hotel. It was
Mm.
across the street. You could see it. So then we're just like panicking. And then I'm like, well, we're missing the program. Like, let's just go to it. Like, clearly we have service right here. If they're going to call us back, they can just call us back while we're at this program. So we go over to the visitor center and there's a bunch of cars in the parking lot, but there's one like I thought she was a park ranger like sitting on the sidewalk and there's nobody around. And she's not like greeting us either. And I'm like, "Hi." And she's like, "Oh, hi." And then she's still saying anything and then she says, "Are you here for the program?" And I say, "Yes." And then I say, "What time is it?" And she like laughed and she said, "It's 8." It was 8. So
Oh.
she said we're close enough to the Utah border and with like the mountains that the phone sometimes gets confused
Mhm.
and thinks that it's 9. So she's like, "You can just hang out here." And I'm like, "Well, we haven't eaten dinner." So we went back to the motel. There was like a picnic table outside of their like main building, and we just like it was like sunset. We had like a little sunset picnic, and while we were eating, my husband got a hold of the motel person and got our key. So then that
Phew.
was a relief. And then we went over to the program, and it was an absolute delight. One of the top memories of the trip. It started out with so it was like a park ranger, two science. They said they were in a program called Scientists in the Park. They were astronomers, and they were all wearing like red glow lights so that you could see them. And they had a volunteer there who had found a bioluminescent scorpion on the sidewalk. So that was cool and also a little bit scary. But they don't he said they don't bite, these
Mm.
scorpions. They don't bite. And then so he was, like, shining a black light on it. It was very cool. And then over by where the park rangers were standing, there was I think he called it a sun spider, which was just like a giant spider that he said also didn't bite. But then there was, like, all of this, like, they were like because there were I think there were 60 people that eventually came to this program. So once again, even though we said no people on the road, there's people everywhere. They were afraid someone would step on it. It's a national park. You can't step on the bug. This is home. So they were like trying to figure out how to like they were like trying to figure out how to safely move it to the grass, and then it just decided on its own that this was not the place for it. It was going to leave all these people shining flashlights at it. So it just walked away. But then we just like stood there in the park. They told us stories about the constellations, and then as it got darker and darker, like more stars came out. We could see the Milky Way like perfectly clearly, and we saw, I think, like people at the program saw a total of 5 shooting stars. I only saw 2, but one of them exploded in the sky, and it was one of the coolest things I've ever seen, and all 3 of us saw that one that exploded. There was also one that went across almost the whole sky, but I missed that one because if you're, like, looking in just they're so fast, if you're looking at just a little different part of the sky, you don't see it. But that was really cool. It was one of the highlights of the trip, actually. I felt like it was worth that ridiculous drive to get
Yes.
there.
I'm so
Um,
glad you made it in time.
I know. So then we went and checked into our or we had the key, but we went to sleep. So that day we drove 563 miles and we walked 8,513 steps. And I am surprised we walked that many steps. I think my husband went for a walk in the morning before we got up because I don't feel like I walked any steps that day.
Yeah, when you're in the car that long, it's hard to continue steps. Okay.
Yeah.
The next day, Thursday, August 6th, you did have some more national park time planned.
Yes. So we got up. We were hoping to get up right at 8 and get to the visitor center to get our passport books stamped.
Mhm.
And then so we're at Great Basin National Park, and they have like a scenic drive up into the mountains where you can see ancient bristlecone pine trees that are like 5,000 years old. They also have a cave tour. We'd already done the Merrimack cave at the beginning, and we were gonna do a cave still later on in the trip. So we were like, we don't 3 caves feels like a lot of caves. So we skipped the cave. And we stopped at their visitor center for waters, and then we drove up the mountain. I was expecting it to be cool. Like I was thinking like, "Oh, by the time we get all the way up here, because it was far, we would be able to like wear a sweatshirt, like it will not be hot." It was still hot, even at the top of the mountain. We stopped at a couple overlooks. There's a glacier that we didn't know. There's a glacier on the side of the mountain. Very tiny. If you'd like to see it, I suggest you go soon because I don't think it's gonna be there that much longer. I was like, I don't know if it's lasting the summer. It was so small, but that was cool to see. And then our hike was 2.8 miles. It was probably too long for me at this point in the trip and with my foot problem. But how often do you get to see a 5,000-year-old tree? So I was like, we're doing it. My daughter got a bug bite almost immediately. A bug bit her on the eyebrow, and that almost took her out. She was like, I can't I can't deal with this. I want to go back. We're like, listen, we came all this way. Like, we're gonna try to find some resiliency here. And then I don't know if like our voices could carry or what, but we stopped at a bench at some point. Like there was like a split in the trail where you could go one way to see Alpine Lakes and another way to see the Bristlecone Mines. And a park ranger came down from the mountain, and it appeared that he was just checking on us. So I
Mm.
don't know if he could like hear us talking and we seemed as though we were in some kind of distress or what. But he clearly was just checking on us because he, like, talked to us for a while, and then he was like, "Well, if you guys are okay, I'm gonna go back." And then he turned around and went back the way he came, so that was kinda weird. I didn't feel like we were acting like we were in any distress, but I
Maybe
don't
they
know.
just check on everybody because
Maybe.
it would be easy to get distressed out there in the heat.
Yeah. So then we kept going, and then there it wasn't crowded by any means, but there were definitely other people on this trail. And at one point, it was pretty narrow, and we had to like scooch around people. And my daughter's foot slipped off the trail, and that really spooked her. And I did think at that point we might have to turn around, but I was like, we're almost there. Like you didn't fall. One of your feet you just slipped. Like it was so she powered through, and the trees were really cool. It was totally worth the hike. They eventually I had told them originally, "Why don't you guys just go ahead and I'll just hike this hike as slow as I want to." 'Cause I enjoyed that experience a lot more at the Grand Canyon when I wasn't worried about them. But my husband was like, "No, there's signs that are there's mountain lions. We're not leaving you alone. It's too hot. No." So they did eventually on the way back down. They went ahead and went back to the car and the air conditioning, and I just took my time. But it was worth it. I thought it was worth it. And then on the way back down the mountain, we saw a deer with more antlers than I've ever seen before. Like giant antlers, just like walking through the forest. That was cool. So
But
then
you had a drive ahead of you too.
yes. So now we have a 6-hour drive to we had booked our hotels in advance here, and we just tried to split the next 2 days up in half. So it was a 12-hour drive to the next national park. So we got back to the town, and I remember thinking like, surely to the north of this town there must be more things. It can't possibly be as desolate as it was on the way here. And then we, like, turned out of the town, and the first sign said, "Next service is 86 miles." And it was absolutely as desolate as it had been before. And we were driving through, like, salt flats, I think. There was, like, white stuff all over, and it was even more desolate looking than the other place. The other place, like, the way up, it looked like desert. This looked like, otherworldly. It looked like no one could even live here ever.
I
And at
thought
one point
I think it looks like another planet.
yeah, yeah, it was so weird. And then at one point there was, like, something in the distance, and I was like, "Is that what is that? Is that it looks like it could be water, but I don't think it's water. What is that?" And so then my husband was like, "Look and see if you can see it on your phone." And I think I must have had service at that point, and it was a lake. And I remember I looked to my husband and I was like, "Is it wet?" Because it didn't look like it had actual water in it. It looked like I don't know. And there was no services. Like, I mean, Minnesota, we have 10,000 lakes, right? Obviously, like you can walk a mile and you find a lake, and they all have roads to them. And I'm like, everyone has like public access somewhere. You can go to every lake pretty much. And I feel like if there is even if it's kind of a weird lake, if there's only one lake in hundreds and hundreds of miles, aren't people gonna wanna go to it? There should be a road. There's a road to every lake here, and you can you can go to one in any direction. Like, why is there no road to this lake? There was nothing. It was crazy. And then we saw like a giant camera, like, posted on something. I was like, what are they what is happening out here that they also have to film it? Like, what are they what are they keeping track of out here? And I did actually Google that, like, why is there a camera in the middle of nowhere? And it's for road conditions, which made sense.
Well, my place my mind went to a dark place because I
So
kept
did mine.
saying
That's what I was
my
like,
no,
what?
but, like, I'm driving on those roads, I was like, "If someone was gonna commit a crime, this would be the
This
place
is
to
the
do it."
place.
There is nothing around.
No, it was crazy. So we finally got to a town. We were like, we feel like pizza. We got to a town called Delta we're in Utah now. And I like Googled on my phone, like there was like, it was a big, it had like a bunch of restaurants, but like one pizza restaurant. And we go there and there's like a sign on the door, pizza oven is broken. We're like, of course. They had other food, so we ate there anyway, and it was fine. And then we just were driving. The drive was really pretty, actually. We weren't on the freeway. I didn't My husband likes to drive on the freeway. I like to drive on a regular road and drive through the towns, and which is why I liked Route 66 so much. I assumed we would be on the freeway the whole way home pretty much, but we were not. We were like on a highway. And it was a pretty drive. We stopped in Provo for dirty sodas at Swig. My daughter that goes to college in Texas has Swig and she loves it. And so our 10-year-old really wanted to eat there. And then we had to call her and tell her that we were at Swig. So that was fun. And then that drive was really pretty through Provo, like like huge mountains, like waterfalls going from the top of the mountain all the way to the bottom. That was beautiful. I was like, this is another contender for coming back to as well. And then we did not get to our hotel, I think until like 9:40 maybe by the time we got to our hotel.
In
And
Wyoming?
yeah, in Wyoming, in Rock Springs, Wyoming. We hadn't eaten. My daughter really wanted the pool. She hadn't swam at the pool. Our hotel at Disneyland did have a pool. We didn't have time to swim in it. So they were like, you have 20 minutes. And so she was like, yep, I'm doing it. So we rushed to the pool and they didn't actually kick us out right at 10 p.m. So she swam for maybe like a half an hour. And my husband went and picked us up pizzas at Old Chicago. And this hotel, we had like a suite hotel. So we had like a living room and two bedrooms. And so we had like a table to eat it at. So that was kind of nice. And this day we drove 526 miles and we walked 10,323 steps,
An
which is
intense
probably
day.
just that hike.
Yeah, and a
Yeah.
lot of miles. I have a map up as you're talking, so I can kinda see where you're going,
Yeah.
and that's a
Yeah.
long way.
Yeah.
Uh, all right. You're getting closer to home. So Friday,
Yes.
August 7th, your wedding anniversary.
Yes. Yes, it was our anniversary, so we woke up, we ate a hotel breakfast. This one had breakfast tacos. That was exciting. Hadn't seen those yet at the hotel breakfast. And then this was just a really long day of driving. We didn't have enough we knew we didn't have enough time to even like stop and really eat lunch. We were gonna have to do like a fast food lunch. So we ended up at McDonald's and it wasn't even like I don't really want to eat at McDonald's that much on a regular day, but I do like the McDonald's fries, and the fries weren't even good. I was like, they were like not cooked all the way. And I was like, this is the worst anniversary lunch I've ever had. But we didn't have enough time. We did drive by like four like Oregon Trail like historical markers, and I was like, I did
Yeah,
not.
you
I
can
was like, how long before I ask my husband if we can drive the Oregon Trail and stop at all these historical markers?
Kim, you can come and see me because I live in
Yeah,
Oregon now.
yeah, and I feel like does it start in St. Louis? Probably. So we could go to the City Museum again. Perfect. I could probably get my daughter on board for this trip too.
I just
Um,
pulled up a map of that too, and it does start around there.
I know. So we'll see. We'll see. I have not mentioned it to him yet. I'm gonna let him wait a while from all this driving before I mention another road trip. So
The city museums on one end.
yeah, yeah. So we had a tour at the Wind Cave National Park at 3:40, and I think
Mhm.
we got there around 3:10, so it was good timing, but was not the kind of buffer that my husband likes to have, so he was pretty stressed. It was a pretty drive. We saw some antelope, we saw some deer, like, just chilling along a fence, like, watching the freeway go by, and then driving into the park, there's prairie dogs everywhere, so that's fun. And then our tour, we didn't real I didn't realize when I booked the tour that the I thought that I was choosing between, like, which entrance I wanted to go into the cave, and that I would still see the whole cave, but each cave tour shows a different part of the cave. So if you wanna see the whole cave, I think there's, like, 3 cave tours, and you would have to do all 3 tours. So we just did 1. It was fine. So we started my daughter and my husband, she was wearing Crocs, and I was like, "This was a bad decision. She needs to wear tennis shoes." This was a common theme on the trip, like, "You should not be wearing Crocs. Go put on your tennis shoes." I sent them back to the car to change her shoes when we were, like, lined up for our tour, and they saw a giant snake on the pathway. She loves snakes, so she was delighted. The tour guide was not delighted because the tour guide is terrified of snakes, so she was horrified. But it was a really cool tour, like, it was very, like, we really felt like we were, like, touring a cave, not in a tourist place. It had cement on the floor, and it had steps and hand railings in some places that were done by, like, the Civilian Conservation Corps during World War II, but it was, like, really, like, a natural kind of experience, like, it was low ceilings, like, a lot of times you're ducking, like, we were all supposed to play telephone to the person behind us to make sure nobody was hitting their head, and it was like sometimes you had to turn to your side, just, like, squeeze through the space a little bit, like, you couldn't just walk through. I was feeling pretty claustrophobic, I was pretty happy to get to the elevator. Our daughter loved it. She was like, "I wanna be a cave person when I I wanna give tours in a cave." She loved it. We were glad we did it. We're trying to go to all the national parks, so, like, it was nice to check it off, but this one was probably low on my list because it's just the cave. It is nice that they have it protected. It's a dry cave, not a wet cave, so it didn't have, like, stalactites and stalagmites like most caves do. Instead, it had something called boxwork, which was, like, thin ribbons of rock that, like, I don't really understand how they form, but they were very cool to look at. It was very neat, and it was not like the other cave that we saw, so
Mhm.
that was nice. Then after that, we drove to our hotel was, like, basically across the street from Mount Rushmore, and so, my husband and I have been there, but our daughter has not been there, and we were like, "Well, we're here, we should just show her the presidents." So we drove there, it was maybe, like, an hour drive. It's really like, if you haven't been to the Black Hills, it's beautiful there. I always forget, like, I've been there a few times, and every time I'm like, "Oh, it's like it feels like you're in the mountains here." They're not like, the Rocky Mountains, but it feels mountainy. So it was a pretty drive. She fell asleep. I think that was maybe only the second time she fell asleep in the car. She's not really a fall asleep in the car kind of kid. She woke up when we got to Mount Rushmore. We just, like, walked in and looked at the mountains and took a glance through the visitor center. And then we headed into the town we were staying in was called Keystone. We got dinner at it was called Ruby House Restaurant. And we tried to do a little bit like of a nicer like anniversary dinner kind of situation. That they had a weird situation where they said something about South Dakota state law, like serve they couldn't serve us alcohol in the restaurant or something? Like, I don't understand this part. They could serve it, but it couldn't be on the same bill. So someone from the bar had to, like, walk around the restaurant and take your drink orders and then come back, and then you had to pay a separate bar bill, and then you had to pay a separate bill for your food. It was really weird, and I didn't understand it, but whatever. I got a drink. My daughter got, like, a huckleberry lemonade from the bar, and then we got dessert too to celebrate our anniversary. And then we went back to the hotel one last pool night. The pool had, like, a giant tile of Mount Rushmore on the wall, so that was exciting. And Sadie closed it down. This time they did kick us out at 10. The man came in at like 10 to 10 and kind of stood there and stared at us until 10 o'clock when it was time for the pool to close. And then, so yeah, then we're up to Saturday, August 8th.
But are you telling me you did not make time for the Sturgis rally?
We felt like we were in the Sturgis rally because there were so many bikers there, but
Mhm,
no, we did not make time for the Sturgis rally. But there were bikers everywhere.
mhm.
We were really hoping we were doing the license plate game the whole time, right? Like trying to see if we could collect all 50 states. And we found Hawaii in California. And so we were like, we probably have this, but we missed New Hampshire and Vermont. So that was a bummer. The last time my husband and I did a giant road trip like this was in the year 2000, and that time we got every state but New Hampshire. So I guess people in New Hampshire just don't travel. I don't know.
Well,
We
also they're a tiny state, so your chances are just so much
are, I
smaller.
know. And we literally were like sometimes we were like, a lot of these places had like sign-in sheets, like sign our guest book, like a lot of these little places that on Route 66. And we would always like scan the names ahead of us to see if they were from Vermont or New Hampshire so we could like run out and look for their
Uh,
license plate. But
you'd
we
think that's
we
smart though.
yeah, we found Brazil, the country of Brazil, and also Panama, but not Vermont and New Hampshire. So that was disappointing. But yeah, we walked around the Mount Rushmore parking lot because we were like, this is our last chance. But we did not find them. So yeah,
The
now it's up to our last day, Saturday,
Yep.
August 8th. We had kind of a late start. We stopped at Wall Drug. If you drive on anywhere on this road, you will see a billboard for Wall Drug. They are very well represented on the billboards. It was originally a drugstore, like just a normal drugstore. And then I guess they were having a hard time making it. The people who originally it's still in the same family too as who originally owned it. But when they started building Mount Rushmore, they were like, "Oh, a lot of people are going to be driving past here now to get to Mount Rushmore. We I bet if we offer them some stuff, like we could make more money than we're just making at our drugstore." And so they started offering people free ice water, and now it's like a whole, there's photo ops and like historical whatever. And Sadie wanted to spend the rest of her souvenir money because the rule with the souvenir money was it's souvenir money, you can't take it home. So she got like a stuffed animal and some rocks at the rock shop there. And then it was just one long slog to home. We stopped once for snacks. We have a road trip tradition where like I always try to eat at restaurants that we can't eat at home, but then, when you're almost home and it's the last trip, obviously you're probably gonna have to eat somewhere anyway, so we always let kids pick the last restaurant. And so she picked Culver's, which is a Midwest chain that she loves. So we stopped for Culver's like, I don't know, maybe like 8:30 or something. And then we got home at like 10 o'clock. So that was that. One of the things she picked up her Kindle, I think 4 times on the entire trip. Like, before we went, I was like, "Okay, you only get 2 hours of screen time a day. Like, that's it. We're not just sitting on our tablet in the car." And she used it the first day and the last day, and I think twice in between she used it for maybe 10 minutes, and that was it. And I was like, man, parenting in 2026, that is a giant win. If you can get your kid to be she watched plenty of TV, like, in the hotel rooms in the evenings, but yeah, no Kindle for 3 weeks, that was a win.
Yeah.
And then our last day, we drove 621 miles, and we walked 3,445 steps.
That's a
And then
long day.
our total miles for the trip were 5,579.1.
Wow.
So, it was crazy.
That is crazy. All right, so that was a marathon of a trip. Is
It
there anything that you
was.
would have done differently?
I I probably would have just skipped those wigwam hotels and made those 2 drives a little different. Although if we hadn't done it that way, I think we would have missed getting to that stand at the pier before it closed. So we would have had to go back there the second day probably. So maybe not. I am really glad that we didn't book the hotels in advance. I was wondering if I would have wished that we did, but really didn't like the feeling of that last day, or even like our drive home when you had to be somewhere and then you just like were feeling stressed about getting there on time. So we didn't feel that for the whole trip. Otherwise, I think it went really smoothly for the most part. It
Mhm.
went more smoothly than I thought it would, actually.
Yeah, I mean, for so many stops and it's such a lengthy trip,
Yeah.
it went pretty
Yeah.
well.
And I mean, I was just telling you like the main highlights. Like we stopped
Yeah.
all along the way at like little photo ops and like little like shops and stuff like that. Like we were constantly getting in and out of the car. And I thought
Mhm.
that would get old, but it was fine. It didn't get
Mhm.
old. I loved it. I would actually I don't think I would be able to talk my husband into doing it again, but if I could do it again, I think it would be fun to do it again, and actually this time I would plan my stops so I could stay in all of those, like, iconic places, and
Mhm.
then and get to do, like and then look up the times for the things that we missed and make sure that I was gonna see those. So I think it would be cool to do it and stay in all of those places, but probably not.
Do you know what everybody's favorite part, you, your husband, and your daughter's favorite part was?
Yeah, so my favorite part was just, like driving through all the little towns. I loved driving through the towns, looking for the murals, spotting all the different like even
Mhm.
that last day in like California when we were just like stopping and go traffic, it was still fun to be like, oh look, that used to be a Route 66 motel. Like and like there was still like signs of Route 66 everywhere. That was my favorite part. My husband's was the Petrified Forest National Park, which was very cool. And my daughter's was the City Museum.
That's so funny. The whole
Yeah,
trip to the City
yeah,
Museum.
yep,
Yep.
yeah,
All right, Kim. Well, I appreciate you taking the time to share.
yeah,
I always like when trips have a Disney element, but other things too. So
sure,
this is a first for us. So I appreciate it.
yeah,
I hope you enjoyed my conversations with Kim. Believe it or not, we did keep talking. We hadn't spent enough time together. So we did keep talking on Patreon, where I asked about some of her other travel experiences, namely Disney World, since I know that is her home park, and some other things that I wanted to chat with her about. So that's up on Patreon right now in video and audio form. I think that'll wrap up this episode of WW Prep to Go. For more information, please check the show notes in your podcast app or head to the website, www.prepschool.com. Click on podcast at the top, scroll down to episode 528. Until next time, I will see you on the site.